Any questions? Are there any personal media businesses or entrepreneurships? The man from the islands. Oh, tell us. Where are you getting the money? Or is it really about money?
Unfortunately, I was absent-minded when you asked the question, but then, okay, what you last said I caught, where I get the money from the Entebbe Post. We get money from AdSense, we get money from sponsored content, and we also get money from. We have one very good advert. It's called Kalangala Infrastructure Services. It's one of our best. Gives us enough money, not enough, some good money that we can be using. The audience is all over the country. I should say we can get up to 150,000 viewers a month. Yeah, for the least we can get up to 70 to 75, but a month you can get up to 150,000 viewers. So the audience is vast. It's not just for the islands, not just for Entebbe. Entebbe is just about 72,000 people, and then Kalanga is 54,000 people. But if you look at the whole of the country, it's more than 40 million. So we also look up to getting 2-3 million viewers. Just like Monta gets about 1.5, 1.8. I've always been looking at things like at similar web, and you look at Monitor getting and Chimp Reports getting about 1.2, 1.8 million viewers. So we also look up to that side. Yeah, thank you.
How much money? Enough money? This money is in UGX or in other currencies? Anybody else has any startup? Oh, Noah. Yes, yeah, let's first hear from Uma. Doesn't have to be a startup, any media business.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. Patrick Uma, I'm from Gulu. So in 2019, I teamed up with two other friends. We came up with an online site also. We call it Gangwa. And we've been running it. We built the site, and we've been putting stories there. But, 1 year later, two of my friends, they got a bit relaxed, and they moved on, I should say. So I'm pushing it. I tried marketing. I haven't really gotten like adverts, but I've at least gotten a fellowship through a media innovation fellowship, and through the site Gangwa. It's online. You can check it out. But I've been researching and on different ways of how to get money and funding, and I know that there are different ways. For example, you talked about advertisement, sponsored content, but also donations. You could request. I want to plan ahead donations, like we've seen like The Guardian, they do that a lot. International media. So there are many. I know that we will discuss it, but at least at Gangwa, I'm pushing it, and I want to do a lot of. It's called search engine optimization, and market the site. Then you can get more content. Yes, but I also work for Chimp Reports. Yes, thank you.
So it's a one-man run media house. Huh? Okay. Perfect. Who else wants to tell us the story of their media business or innovation?
Thank you, Jan. Good morning, and good morning, everyone. My name is Noah Omuya. In 2019, I started a media company that started running an online website and telling environment and climate change stories from Teswa and Karamoja region. And I'm glad I see Timothy here. Timothy is all the way from Karamoja. He was one of the people who helped me drive the initiative higher and higher. Making money, we haven't made much money, any money, but the initiative has helped us also get into fellowships, and we've been running through grants. You know, there are these advertised story grants. When you apply, you get it and you publish. And then we have also ever been lucky to get an advert, online advert from the Ministry of Health. And that one helped in the site running and other operational costs. And then now we have diversified on how we get our money, and that is in consultancy services, in making video documentaries. Maybe if you, the MFA tomorrow will want to record or to capture the achievements for the past 5 years, please come to us. We'll do that. Right now we're working with TASO Uganda and Ministry of Health. There's a documentary we are doing for YAPS. But MFA should also come on board. We'll be glad. Thank you.
MFA, which does media development, will come on board. That's nice. Idris?
Yes, good morning. Yeah. I too have a small startup. I think I've told some colleagues. It's called the storyidea.org. It's more of a non-profit news organization. I'm really still struggling to set it off the ground because it's unlike I'm not looking for the kind of adverts that the mainstream media would get. It's basically about stories that concern ordinary people that I think the mainstream media has ignored in various sectors, whether it's education, whether it's health, whether it's climate change. Well, the experience so far hasn't been good. It's really very challenging. Of course, unlike the other news websites whose business model may be more like of the what we saw of the mainstream media, mine is really, I hope to get story grants, donations, but also to work with specific organizations to highlight certain issues in their areas of work, and there we can negotiate on the kind of funding. I know there are so many organizations, NGOs that do a lot of work in certain areas, but they lack the kind of experience to bring the personnel, the experience, the writing skills to bring some of those issues out to their partners or donors, to bring the issues out. So we can partner, although I wouldn't very much want to be influenced. One of the things that inspired me is that I thought mainstream media is so much influenced by advertisers. But unfortunately, sometimes when the fear is that sometimes those organizations also can drive you into a direction they want. It has already happened to me with one organization, I won't mention it. But you see, that's the challenge I have. So my funding model, I want to get, one is story grants, two also partnering with organizations like Media Focus, like CIPESA and the likes, and we work something out. Thanks.
Yeah, so we understand that there's an issue about sustainability and continuity somewhere in all these conversations. How do you, and does it have to be, do you have to get funding? Can't you just have a mind that makes money, you know, and do business? So those are things, yeah, but we are going to hear from the people and they'll tell us more. But it's good to know that at least there's some thinking going on and there's a certain direction going on, because a lot is changing, and I guess we also need to get new tricks. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Jan, and that's a very good preamble to our discussion as we start day 2 here at the Uganda Media Week, as we talk about what we can be able to do for journalism, innovation, and the future in terms of where we're going. The future always has to have money involved in it, and so we want to have a discussion about money, especially from the perspective of media, finding the money. How do we explore strategies to be able to sustain media development? Idris talked about that issue of being, I don't know if you want to use the word compromised, by or influenced, I think. Influenced is probably a softer word, by advertisers, right? Is there a way around that? Is it inevitable? How do you balance that with being a free and independent media? Because you want a free and independent media, but you also need money to be able to sustain that. How do you do that? When the DGF was shut down a couple of years ago, we know the havoc it created, and some people have even suggested that some of the current economic woes we are facing as a country can maybe be traced back to the sort of amounts of money that ended up drying up because of that. How do we then now find opportunities to stay sustainable in light of all of these challenges? We know what's happening with economies around the world right now, including Uganda. I just saw an advisory from the BBC, I think, this morning, where they have warned that they are probably going to face their longest recession ever for the next 2 years. So obviously, things are going to get tight. So for Idris and everyone else who's looking for grants, even the grants that you're depending on now might be drying up. So what does that mean for us? So that's a discussion we want to have this morning. If you don't have money, can you still be able to do this? How much money do you need? How do you balance the boat, essentially? And we have some people who are very good boat balancers to help lend their insights to this discussion. And I'm going to invite them to come join me on the platform. We'll start with CK. Japheth, who is the CEO at the Innovation Village. Please give him a big hand clap as he comes. If anyone knows how to find the money, it is CK. Yeah? So maybe he can tell us what witchcraft he's been using that we can also apply. Our next panelist is the Secretary General for the National Association of Broadcasters, but he also has experience in being able to run a very lean ship on literally no money. I've seen him run an entire business. I think I almost go as far as to say I've seen people pay him to work for him. So obviously he has a secret or two. Please welcome Mr. Joseph Beyanga as he joins us this morning as well. And then they come walking. Oh yes, Joe is also now famously known as Joe Walker. So if anyone knows how to be able to, what's the word? Minimize costs in travel. If you can do it with walking. He walked from Kampala to Bushenyi very recently. And I can attest that he actually did walk without touching it. Did you touch a car at any point? Can we have our mics on yet, please? Oh, someone try to fix them.
I used the car when I was arriving at the starting point, and then the next time I stepped in a car was when I was coming back.
It was so serious that when we were at one of the stops in Masaka, we stopped for lunch, and the hotel where he was sleeping was nearby, and said, just take a ride to the hotel. He said, no, I'm not touching a car until I get to Shenyi. So he even walked from there. So how do you bring that into being able to run a lean business? Let's also hear insights from Apollo Kakaire, who is communication and advocacy manager at ACME. And of course, in terms of, again, being able to find funding and manage it well, these guys have done an incredible job in supporting journalists. So let's give Apollo a big hand clap as he joins us on the platform too. As he comes, so maybe let me start with you, Joe, in terms of where we are, right? From a global perspective, from a local perspective, even you bring it down to a media perspective, things are hard, and they're looking like they are going to get much harder. At bare minimum for the next maybe 2 years, maybe even longer. But obviously, things are going to get rough. We thought COVID was rough, but it looks like it might even get a bit tighter. Do you think that media houses and media managers and media owners have strategically positioned themselves at all for this? And what does it mean? I think you need to use my mic for now while we're trying to get those sorted.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Uganda Media Focus. Good morning, guys. Good morning. We seem to be low on energy. It's a trying time, and we've had this many times, and I just won't get tired of repeating it unless we understand it and fully appreciate it. COVID found the media with many underlying conditions. So, and you can see the ones which were really not in good shape. Immediately COVID hit, when they went into the lockdown, they never opened their gates again. And then, but interestingly, today morning as I was getting in here, I was attending a meeting of a Nation Media Group, the regional meeting, and looking at our numbers, which are available on the website of a Nation Media Group, because it's a public listed company, you can find the numbers. The 2 years of lockdown, actually the media did well. Not only in Kenya, not only in Uganda, but even the media houses here. And this was because everything that was this conference room here had shifted to media. So there was some money. But now the real challenge has come, the recession. This time of the year, every media house is always telling people, I'm booked out. But right now, I can tell you, now the principle is don't leave any money on the table. And when you listen to the guys who are running our economy, they'll tell you the recession that the Americans and the Western world are already facing, we will get to that point in the second and third quarter of next year. So are things tight? Yeah. Are they tighter? No. The worst is yet to begin. And then when you come to the reality of the audiences, every media house, back in the days when we were starting out in the media, the competition was always on who is number one. Right now, the competition is not on who is number one. The competition is on who is offering me the right audience and giving me the better experience. So if you're talking about innovating to stay alive, I am hearing noise. I don't think I'm the one generating it. Thank you. So is it tight for the economy, for the media? It is. Can it get worse? Maybe. Is there room to survive? Very much so. This is where the room is to survive. In the last 3 years, and we are talking about the economies where the internet is already doing well and the online platforms are doing well. I'm talking about South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, mostly, and Egypt. Consumption of content online has grown by 230%. Is there an opportunity for you? And you'd be like, guys like free things online. No. A few days ago, a man who we think is a Trump light, and it's just every generation, every platform, everything needs a major disruptor. Elon Musk, after taking over Twitter, is just already disrupting us. And what we used to enjoy, because you'd get a blue badge by knowing Ben who knows somebody on Twitter and putting a nice, you get your blue badge. Otherwise, you go through a long process. Right now, I said everybody can get it, but you have to pay for it. $8 it will be. But then what's that telling you? If you ask me, I think in the next 5 years, anybody with credible content online, it won't be free. We grew up listening to radio for free, watching TV for free. Then there was digital migration. Then we all thought nobody's going to pay for TV. No, more people are watching TV today than when it was free. Then came streaming platforms for radio. He said, hey, it requires a lot of data. Without data, the people will not be there. No, it became free. Right now, if you're going to get quality streaming that is stable for Ugandan radios and all that, and TVs, it's not free. You find it where your TV, you pay. Afro Mobile, you're paying. So, Ben, are there opportunities for media to make money? Yes. Because people, if you look at the internet penetration, and CK would have more accurate numbers, I'm sure. I think in the last 3 years or so, in sub-Saharan Africa, we've more than doubled internet penetration. It's not the information. So, and people are buying data. If you look at the numbers that UCC normally puts together, people are buying data. So if somebody is willing to spend on data, they are willing to spend consuming media. Give people compelling content, and then there's life somewhere at the end of the tunnel. But otherwise, if we continue doing what we've been doing before, we can as well go to sleep. That is if we stay alive.
Thank you very much. And I think that sets the tone perfectly well. Doug, do we have the cordless mics working? Can you please send them to me if they are? I almost sent Joseph because he's a professional soundman. You can see why he was being irritated by the noise. So he looked like he was about to jump and run to the mixer. Yeah, it's good. It's okay. So can you just check and see if that's working fine? No, still not working. I think you just need to send me the cordless because even yesterday they gave us a lot of trouble. I'll use this in the meantime while I wait for that. Let me come to CK here again in terms of building context. Joseph has talked about this in terms of how things are changing now. When we were growing up in the 80s, we had one radio station. It was called Radio Uganda. The only program you could listen to at that time was, as a young person, it was called Music While You Work. Apollo will remember this as well. You look old enough to remember. Yeah? No, DJ Mosquito. Yes, that was... how many people in this room remember DJ Mosquito? You see, they're all looking at us like, So, fine. Give me a second. Let me explain. Joseph, I think, missed this part in the preamble, so let me pick it up for you to give proper context. Back in up to 1993, when the first FM radio station opened in Uganda, this is what would happen. You had Radio Uganda, which had to meet the needs of all of the Ugandans at that time, which I think was maybe about 17 or 18 million people, in the different languages. So you had to segment the radio into different languages. As a young person, the only thing you could listen to that had some music in it was a show called Music While You Work, which would air between 2 and 4 p.m. What the guy would say, all Ugandans from A to Z, habari gani. Apollo remembers. Okay. And then, if you were lucky, depending on the weather, you would be able to catch a program on KBC radio with a guy called Bob Kiyoko. The show was called Sundowner. And that was it. Of course, 93 came, and now we have NAB has how many radio registered? 320 radio stations registered. Last time I checked, we are at about 68 TV stations that are licensed. And we're not even yet counting the number of TikTok channels and YouTube and God knows what else is going on. And Edisoft, of course, among others. Edisoft, yeah. Point is, the way people are consuming media has changed so much, and all of them are still looking for the same amount of money. So from that perspective, what are the trends that you have been seeing changing that then we need to take note of to be able to reinvent ourselves? And then we'll hear a little bit from Apollo and then talk about how do we find money in all of these spaces.
Thanks, Ben, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Yes, it's more like it. I promised Jan I'll try not to speak a lot because I'm in the media fraternity. What I say here can be used against me. Thanks, Ben, for the history lesson. I saw a young lady there hold her hands and try to hide them, not to be mistaken as part of the guys who were here in the 80s. Yeah, but I'm really excited to be here with you this morning and also share insights on people and innovation, especially because the work that you're doing, from my context, is the work that is driving this nation or is driving the world. You're the storytellers of the day, and the insights that if you don't say it, you know, it didn't happen, you know. And through the different forms, shape, the people in this room are the ones that are unlocking those opportunities. So we're grateful for the work that you're doing. I think for me, also speaking slightly out of the context of media, is just to note that the change is happening everywhere. It's not just in the media space. And I remember when I was in senior one, my teacher used to say, if you don't change, change will change you, right? And I think this is for the industry to begin understanding how to reinvent itself, but more importantly, from the context of where I'm coming from, be in charge of the reinvention process. How can media begin to lead the conversation on the change we need to see, the country we need to see, the people we need to be raising, the generation, and the things that we need to begin doing. I think for me that's the call for everybody in the room. Now, I am also conscious about the discussion this morning of where's the money. I also don't know, so there's no short answer to that. But I come from a history of trying to understand how I've seen entrepreneurs get funded. How is it that a small country like Israel that has about 9 million people raises more venture capital in a month than Africa that has how many people? Huh? Yeah, the people who escape here say a billion plus. Okay, about 1.2, right? But how is it that Israel that has 9 million people gets more venture capital in a month than the billion plus people in a year? Right? How is it, I'll repeat that, how is it that a country that has 9 million people gets more venture capital in a month than the billion plus people in a year? Right? Something is wrong with that picture, right? Something is wrong with that picture. Now, if you come down to Africa, we see all of this capital going to Lagos, going to Nairobi here, and going to Cape Town. Less and less to countries like us that we also believe that we're also entrepreneurs. We've been called the most entrepreneurial country in the world. At least we've been accused to be. But how come we, for all of the innovations that we have, for all of the creativity, for all the geniuses in this room, are not able to represent that in terms of attracting the financing for the things we're doing? I think for me, I bring it down to a number of things. One of them being it's our relationship with the money. You know, built a big dependency syndrome of we deserve to get the money. Here is my project, please support it. You know, others say government at Riambe. That takes away the responsibility of you, the person who went to bed and dreamt up this idea, to be the one in charge of showing the value that it is supposed to be bringing on table. Before then, you begin to have the conversation of where is the money. Now, I think part of also what has worked is really, and I keep repeating this statement everywhere I'm invited, that from my own observation, money doesn't flow to people who need it. In fact, it runs away. Money flows to people who create value for it. So you must change that mindset of who's going to fund my project to the mindset of who am I creating value for with the work that I am doing. And value not from your context of, but can't you see, right? But value from the context of who the person you're creating that for is able to say, this is exactly what we've been looking for a long time. Conversation. I think for me, I bring it all down to ability to create value, ability to solve problems, thinking sustainability, and if this is visible anywhere, it's mostly visible in this industry of media. I have a friend, I keep talking about him whenever we're having a media conversation. He's called Eugene Bugwa. He's Kenyan. I first met him in Boston on Forbes Under 30. So he appeared, at that time he was 24. He appeared on Forbes Global Under 30 and then on Forbes Africa Under 30. So we met, and Eugene, when he was 24, was shooting a show. It was called Young Rich Kenya. Now, featuring mid-level successful guys like Ben telling their stories, and he just shoots episodes of those and sells them as content, right? So by the time I met him, he used to sell an episode at $6,000, right? And he has done 120 episodes. You know, so that's, do some quick math, 6 times 120 episodes. So he phased out that show. Whoever I tell this story about Eugene is like, you know, very blown away. And then I quickly add about what else he's doing. I'll say he's working on 12 other shows, right, with the same thinking. He's working on a show called Foods of Kenya, where they go out of the town, show, you know, how food is prepared in this land, they bury it for 3 days, and things like that. He's working on another show, I think called Our Perfect Wedding. In Uganda, we call it Emikolo Nembaga. The difference is, in Uganda, we're looking at and say, that's a nice shoe, where did you buy it, right? So we market. His is, how come this wedding didn't almost happen? Is connecting with the emotional side of the viewer. During COVID, he was, you know, shot a concert called Concert Nyumbani, celebrating people in the Kenyan space that gave more during COVID. While there were artists celebrating him, he unleashed another Sauti Soul, you know, 12 different shows. So I think it goes down to you, the person, what makes you different, better, and why should someone be interested in listening or partnering with you. But just to wind it up, I think that sentence always comes back to me, that if you don't change, change is going to change you. And this is an industry on the move that is changing. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much, CK. And I think, you know, for everything that you do, there's always your why and your takeaway. And I think it just gave me mine. I saw how furiously Joseph was scribbling notes, and I know him and I are going to have a discussion after this. One of my biggest strengths is ideas. I always seem to be very good at coming up with like really good, crazy ideas. My biggest weakness is bringing them to life. So while you were talking, I realized, you know what, Ben, you need to stop being stupid. I have 4 ideas in my head, 2 of which actually are inventions of Joseph that I've been sitting on. And after the media week this week, these ones are coming to life immediately. And that's sort of the thing, isn't it? And I'm going to come back to Joseph on this regarding the issue of content and ideas and how they speak into being able to create money. But also for you, CK talked about how Eugene is charging 6K per episode, and he's able to generate that kind of money. You'll never get that money in Uganda, will you? Would you? Okay, you will answer that, because I don't know how much an episode that airs on Power Magic Prime right now will be paid for, and just using that as one example. I don't know how much Next Media or NMG will pay you if you take to them a produced episode of any of these things, and how that gets managed. So that's for Joseph to deal with. And also in line with that, the issue of having a very poor audience, and how does that affect your ability to generate money, and also the saturation. Do we simply have way too many outfits that have to die off naturally for their, again, thoughts for you to ponder? Let me start though with Apollo, and try and pivot you just a little bit, because even as we talk about money, our discussion still has to be about good journalism and good stories and things that are important for the public good. How do you find that balance between good journalism and money? Because we know that there's journalism that is strictly for the public good. The problem is that the majority of advertisers are not interested in that. Give me a music video with a half-naked girl, I will pay money for that because it's exciting. Tell me about what program is going to do what in what parish in Buyukwe. Maybe not so much. How do we find that balance? And do you think there are avenues for there to be funding for good journalism that is for the public good, and what would that look like? Again, from your experience.
Thank you very much, Ben. I would like to thank Media Focus Africa for giving us an opportunity to contribute to this conversation. I think that has been an ongoing conversation, the balance between good journalism and money. But maybe just to go back to what Joseph said earlier about COVID and the media, that there were many underlying problems that the COVID simply speeded up. Issues of professionalism, which are a big deal. But I think increasingly also issues of the environment in which the media operates. I was just reading, I don't know if people are aware, but the 2nd of November is a commemoration of the International Day against, what do they call it? Impunity. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. So there's this a report from UNESCO which shows that actually the media space is reducing further. This year alone, 74 journalists have been killed. I think last year it was 55, and in 2020 it was 62. Why am I raising this? I raise this just to give the context that the media is really operating in a very, they're not only grappling with the issues of viability, but also struggling with the grappling with the issues of space, of intolerance, which is not just from government, but I think also from us. And I think one of the biggest problems we have is that I think there's a poor appreciation of the media as a public good, and especially also the information that we share. And COVID really showed people how key and important the media actually is. So to go back to your question, you ask, is there a possibility of balancing between good journalism and the money? And the answer is yes, there is. I think one of the biggest problems we are having right now, and which has been exacerbated by the digitalization of media, is that increasingly we have misinformation, we have disinformation, which spreads very fast, which is very popular. And I think the tendency has been that many journalists are pandering towards what sells. They are pandering towards what do they call them? Clickbait. Yeah, but I think the way to go is that, as my colleagues also mentioned, there is a discerning public out there that is looking for credible information, and that they are willing to pay for. that there are what some people I think call niche markets. Yeah, people who are interested in specific, well-researched information and will pay for them. There was that example they gave. What is that publication? The Guardian? Yes, they're surviving on a support from the reading public, whether through subscription or just donations, to ensure that kind of credible information is out there, and it's possible that you can actually consume it. And maybe just to add from where I come from, and I think this is what informs some of the work that we at ACME do. Because some of the work we do is about supporting media to report professionally. And the reason is that there is a critical mass of people out there that are looking for a certain quality of information, and the media, for the media to remain credible, they need to provide that quality of information.
Thank you very much, Apollo. I should also first ask you, though, again, since we're talking about money, and you've probably heard when we were doing our introductions earlier on, how a lot of people who seem to want to do anything that's maybe decent and are struggling to be able to find funding for it will have been depending on grants in many cases. It's no secret the great work that ACME has been doing for a very long time in supporting journalists in Uganda, and you've done an incredible job in making sure you recognize journalists who are doing a good job and training them and making sure they're able to churn out some good journalism. A lot of that, though, for you has been depending on funding, which a lot of that has sort of dried up. I think you are getting a decent amount of money from DGF, if I'm not mistaken. What does that mean for you? How does that now then affect your ability to continue what you have been doing? Do we start fearing for ACME's future? What does that look like?
Yeah, thank you very much. I have been in the development world for quite a while, and it's in a way it's sort of tiring, because every few years this kind of thing actually happens. I think DGF has sort of been very amplified, but for many groups out there, I think this has really been a challenge. Donors keep changing their areas of interest, there are new kids on the block, and that kind of thing. So things happen out there that we don't even know about, and these things are actually going to change the donor architecture, and this happens a lot. So yes, certainly DGF has the departure of DGF has affected us. This is not actually the first time that we're having these issues. I remember about 4 or 5 years ago, we got support from an organization called HIVOS. And HIVOS was supposed to, among other things, fund the National Journalism Award. And then some guys in Uganda who were running the project did some, did some shortcuts. Basically, I think they were asking for kickbacks from different grantees, and the thing blew up, and suddenly we didn't have money for. So what are we doing about this? One is, I think we've come to a realization that I think sometimes we over-focus on donors out there. One, let me say this. We are going to hold the Uganda National Journalism Awards this year, in whatever format. And what are some of the things I think we need to explore, generally as media support groups, but other entities? I think we need to invest into local fundraising. There are corporates around, there are civil society groups, there are even individuals that are willing to support some of these initiatives. We are reaching out to them. I think the issue is, how do we pitch how do we make the pitch for some of these things? Often we assume that people necessarily understand what these things are about, but that's actually not the case. Sometimes it is important to actually show what is the connection between celebrating journalism, for instance. What does it mean to a private company? What does it actually mean? Why is good journalism a big deal? Why should you care? Why should you identify with it? I think those are the pitches that we need to make. The other is also maybe to do packages that resonate with the people that you are actually reaching out to. But in the general scheme of things, definitely there are many other things that we can do. For instance, as a media support organization, I think, to sort of survive. Very quickly, one of them I think would be to improve collaboration, not just between us as media support organization, but general CSOs. Why is it that CSOs look at media as them? Why is it that civil society groups only come to the media when there is something that they want from them? I think we could work a little better. So for instance, if every NGO or whatever you call it had a small bit of money for media support, I think that would take us far. But what you get, you see different groups running up and down. Everybody wants to do some small training for journalists on what reporting what. How long is the training? 1 day. How long is the training? Half a day. The question is, if you think about building media capacity, do you have the capacity to actually give this so-called capacity? Can you actually capacitate the media in a day, in 1 week? Yeah, and as we all know, the rate of turnover, attrition in media houses is very, very high. So this is really an ongoing thing. So I think there are things that we can actually do. Yeah.
It's okay. I'll come back to you again, of course, and that's some very good insight. And thank you for the commitment that the journalism awards will continue happening. I think that's worth applauding without a doubt. So, Sike, you had talking about the issue of how you position yourself. I know that you are very good at doing that. So maybe I'll come to you to shed some insights in terms of if you need to find money, if you have a good idea, if you are trying to innovate as a media house, as a journalist, what can you do? We've seen a couple of these. When Solomon, who was supposed to be with us yesterday, we know what he's been doing with his Center for Investigative Journalism, public good, and he's been able to find a way of making sure that that can be funded. There are many other things in that space. What do you do if you have an idea like that and want to sort of get funding for it? But let me start with Joseph on these issues that we've been talking about regarding the money. Yeah, please send me about this is why media suffers in Uganda. Maybe Apple would be useful. Media excellence, right? Thanks, Douglas. You have someone send me a battery. So, Joseph, this issue around audiences not having enough money. Are we in a market where the many things that you need to sort of deal with? Are we simply in a market where people don't have enough money that they can be able to spend, that media would be able to benefit from? Number two, the amount of money available for content. You said that you can be able to get 6K for an episode. Do you actually honestly believe that? What would that look like? How are you able to do this? And then also the other key one is our media space simply too saturated for it to be sustainable? Do we need to accept that, you know what, some of these entities simply must die a natural death And then there's a sort of resetting, and everyone finds their level, and then people are able to sort of begin to thrive. Your thoughts on that? Let me change the batteries and give you the mic. Can you imagine this being a live show on TV and you're having to do this? Lessons.
Thank you. Very hard questions you're asking me. And I'm sure these are the questions. If before Ramadan switched seats, he would have been really in a better position to tell you about the economy and what we need to do. For starters, the 6K per episode, that's for Kenyan economy. Ugandan economy is lower, so you'd be looking at average almost 3K in terms of costs. The guy needs 6K to have the episode ready. In Uganda, you would need 3K. You'd put out the similar, quality. Yeah, and we've had instances. I think there was a project which was done by Nana Kaga, which Urban TV paid for, and they were actually, I think they were paying 5K per episode. And it was supposed to be, it was a joint funding for the project, and it was one of those things where they paid as they commissioned. So, has it been paid before? Yes. Can it be paid? I believe so. This is what happens with audiences. You need to have that, the way CK explained the content. It's a content that comes on TV and everybody's watching. If you have every eyeball on the screens and you have all the attention online, the sponsors would definitely be interested. There's a thing of saying we want to pay 6K for content, but what kind of content? Is it the compelling content that really will generate the attention? And Apple hinted on the dropping standards of journalism, and many things are contributing to that. But there are people putting out quality stuff. We all know about Admire, the guys who are some of the best in terms of producing quality content visual. Yeah, if you walk up to them and you say you want a TV ad, they will tell you 30, 40 million plus. 70, thank you. But you also go to another guy on Mutasa Cafe who will say, 5 million, I'll give it to you. Today evening it will be ready. It's your choice. But are people paying for the Admire content? Yes. Are there brands which are willing to invest that much money into their image? Yes. So content really will always set the cost. That's it. Are there media houses which need to say, time to say goodbye? The media in Uganda, we talked of 320 radio stations, but we do not tell you how many are able to break even. The last time I checked, it was 10%. That would make it 30 radio stations. I don't know what has happened since COVID. I haven't checked their numbers, but I'm sure UCC has the numbers. I will ask my friends. TV stations, the story is not any different. But why are they still on air? How are they still on air? You find one is running it in his bedroom, literally. It's run by his son and cousins who have never stepped anywhere where to get the basics of journalism and media and all that. And it's run by a politician who is interested, who puts in some money when it's around campaign time because he needs the platform to be able. So the nature of media ownership in Uganda makes it just such a mess. And the regulator hasn't done much in terms of cleaning up that space. But then it will clean up itself. Whenever we have a cycle of elections, when it's done, because we know up to 68% of the politicians never come back, when they lose all their money in campaigns and they need to stay afloat and pay their bills, they dispose of the radio stations, and many of them are going off and off and off. And eventually, I believe we will hit an equilibrium. And we are such a small economy, if you ask me, after staying in the media space for some time. Even sustaining 100 radio stations is a trouble. We're small, we can't keep them. But I will not consume myself with so much of radio stations and TV stations and all that. I will look at general media. I like reading the example of the Financial Times. It was going down. They were on the verge of closing shop and going, and then a digital revolution came. And bingo, right now they're actually looking for where to spend the money. And they are teaching their model to every sensible media house which wants to go forward. And what are they doing? What they do that we need to learn from. One, they said, look, people are interested in content. What content? Good content, credible content, compelling content. People will look for that content. And what they do, they picked some of the best journalists, the ones who we say are leaving the newsrooms. They picked them, they paid them well, and the journalists are putting out good content, and people are subscribing. The subscription model has already gone way past its target. It has exceeded its target, I think, by 30%. They are many years ahead of their schedule, what they had targeted to be here in 5 years. They reached there in 3 years. So the print version, which was on the verge of being closed, they went what Apple was calling niche. They went niche. There are people who are looking for their print, and they're still paying for it. It's profitable. Are they still employing thousands of people they had before? No. They are with a fewer people putting out quality stuff and paying the fewer people better. So that's how the media eventually will end up. We'll end up in that space, all of us. You will either, and those who fail to go there, we will go out. So you have to innovate to stay alive. And that's why I was excited to just be listening to it. That's not an innovation.
Can you just leave it, please? Just leave it. Thank you.
And then lastly, on the question of being relevant to the audiences, you and me are in our 40s. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. CK, you hang around with young people. Yes, very nice. Let me tell you guys, we have a very young population. 60% of our population is under 25. With the maiden age for Uganda, I think is 17. Enter any media house. Where are these people in terms of shaping and shipping out this content? We still have dinosaurs like me trying to think for the young guys. Definitely, chances are high I'll be speaking at them instead of speaking to them. We need to embrace the young people and put them in the driving seat of our strategies. We either do that or the old people will just be undertakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, as I come to CK to give us some insight on how we can be able to generate some of of these findings if we need to, and then we'll open it up to the floor. Another one for you, Joe. This subscription model, would that work for Uganda? Do you think is for the future? For now,
Did you pay for TV tonight?
No.
How are you watching your TV?
Are the cameras off? We have apps.
That app.
Yeah.
soon you'll be paying for Twitter.
Okay.
So, but you paid for data to get to be able to utilize the app.
Correct.
Aren't you paying for Afro Mobile?
Yes.
What are you talking about? We're already paying subscription, but
we just don't know
we
how.
don't know that we are doing that. So it comes. Yesterday evening, before I watched the Man U match, I had delayed to pay my subscription for DSTV.
Congratulations. Wait, you haven't
No,
gone
it's
through
okay,
yet,
it's
so we can't
okay.
congratulate you yet.
What happened is I go online to pay from the bank. It wasn't going through. Thank God for knowing people behind the scenes. I had to call somebody to get me to pay just before kickoff. So am I subscribing for content? Yes.
Should have called me and have given you a link. I'm just saying.
I don't use that one. I don't have so much data as you do.
No, so CK, this is where you come in, and it's a very important one. So, and I like Joseph's optimism. He's always a positive person, and I like that. I'm usually the opposite. I'm looking usually for worst possible scenario in any situation. What is going to go wrong? So it's like I'm expecting things just to fail, right? If people have ideas, they have these innovations, he's saying, yes, people are willing to pay for subscription, how do they position this? What would that look like for them to be able to say, look, I've got an idea, I want you to be able to pay for it. What would it take to be able to convince maybe not just a subscriber here in Uganda as an individual, but also a probably funding partner? What are the key things that they want to be able to keep at the back of their mind if they're going to try and look for money beyond advertising? Because obviously that ship is beginning to sail further and further away every day that passes.
Thanks, Ben. And I think I'm like Joseph. I look at the other side of what could go right. I remember when I quit my job in Umeme, going to start the Innovation Village, my brother called me. He works in the central bank, so he asked me, what if it doesn't work? I thought a bit and I told him, what if it works? Right?
And here we are.
I don't know if it's working, but here we are. So I'd like to go back to that 6K, 3K thing as I get into the positioning bit. Because I think price or cost is mostly a conversation where quality cannot be guaranteed. So are you saying we don't have content because no one is producing, is willing to pay 3K, 6K? Or are you saying we don't have people paying 6K because we're not producing 6K type content or quality? So you'll see most of the people who probably have shows on Power Magic are people who have been approached and said, here it is, you know. So, and for me, it goes back to when you begin to think, what does positioning look like? We spend a lot of time looking for money, for ideas that are not there yet, ideas that are probably not even ready to be, you know, presented, and spend time looking for money versus investing this time on understanding the actual value proposition and who you're solving it for. So I think something someone taught me once was when you're busy down positioning and you're looking for money, you're mostly looking at it from your side of the story. You know, my name is Ben, I'm looking for this is what I'm doing. And at that point, for anyone you're speaking to, you naturally lose them. You know, human nature is naturally selfish. Even the person who's funding you is not doing it because out of the goodness of their heart. They're probably doing it because you're solving a problem for them, and you're the best person to be solving that problem for them. So I think for me, positioning comes down to why are you the best person that should be doing this? And if you're then speaking to the funder, it comes down to you're not actually begging. You're actually answering that question. Here is a problem you have, or here is something that you care about, and here is why I am the best person to be doing this for you. The more you understand your value, the more you understand the problem you're solving, the more you clarify that, the more you're clear about the vision of what you're trying to create, the easier it is to finally get down to who are you even supposed to be pitching to. When we're starting our journey, the things we wanted to do, the size and the scale, we quickly got down to the understanding that you're not supposed to be speaking to everyone. You know, the people you'll speak to, and you're having an absolutely different conversation. So it came down to who in the country wants to achieve these aspirations. So don't go to, you know, someone whose vision of the future is different from yours and start pitching. You know, so positioning also comes down to who am I speaking to, and why do I deserve to be the one, you know, presenting this value proposition to. For entrepreneurs, if you're trying to build a startup in media, there's an online tool you can use. It's called Venture Investment Readiness Assessment Levels, VIRO. It looks at milestones you're supposed to have hit even before you start looking for funding. Because, you know, most of the time we come up with an idea, you think, no, I deserve funding. No, you need to be able to have hit a certain level milestones to begin engaging people, even on the type of funding that you're looking for. So you'll find that the level 1 funding is family, friends, other people add fools, because these are people you say, I'm going to do this, and they'll believe you and they'll write a check. You know, then level 2, we have angel investors, people who believe in what you're trying to do. Then we begin getting into some type of equity or venture capital type of funds for entrepreneurs. But you'll find someone who is at an idea stage, wasting time speaking to someone who funds at a level 4 type, you know, company. So for me, when you think positioning, I bring it down to readiness and why you're the person. And if you're pitching, don't pitch what you need. You know, pitch what you're doing for the other person that you think they can't live without, and then the conversation will begin to move. Thank you, Ben.
No, thank you. Some brilliant insights there. I think I want to open it up to everyone to share your thoughts or any questions. Again, there were some very, very good insights coming through here. As you do prepare those, we'll come to you. Don't forget, tell us who you are, what you do, and you can ask a question or comment. You've got some great wisdom here that is available for you to use. Let me just get a quick one from Apollo on the issue of, and I think it was Idris who touched on it earlier on, the balance between good journalism and money. Yesterday we had a situation where someone was raising the issue of how people pay for news stories, and we're having a small debate about whether that's news or advertising. And we sort of actually didn't finish that debate because we know that this happens, right? If I need to be able to get Joseph on TV to get an interview, and I want him to be wearing an Innovation Village t-shirt like CK is doing, and the news company is saying, you have to pay me some money for that, that balance, does that compromise me now in being able to tell the story and say, you know what, Joseph, maybe what he's doing is not necessarily the good thing, but he's paying me now, so I have to be careful about what I say. How do we balance that thing between good journalism and being able to sustain businesses?
You're asking how do we...
Is it possible, I think should actually be the question. In the Ugandan context, I should add.
I think it is possible to have that balance, because I think many of these guys are already, I think, doing that.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think they are doing that. I find the example you give interesting about, I come and pay you to run, whether it's an interview thing. I think the mistake we make often is to assume that our audiences are naive. I think many of us will know a show or a story that has been sponsored or paid for. It's clear. For a while now, there are there's a radio station that runs has been for many years has been running a talk show, an evening talk show. But there's a point at which I stopped tuning into that talk show for a simple reason, that it was obvious that this was sponsored content, because you bring revenue, then you bring I don't know who, and then the pattern of the questioning. I'm sure there are many other listeners out there that are as discerning as I am, and they'll go away. However much you try to sugarcoat some of these things, I think people will definitely look through, see through them. I think there is an issue that my colleague Peter Mwesige has always been very furious about. That pushing, especially newspapers, but even I think broadcasters, can you please label, if this is advertorial, say so. Say so. I don't know why. Maybe Joseph here will tell us why they don't want to label sponsored content as an advertorial when it's obvious that it's actually. So I think the people just have to be honest about it. But to answer your question, yes, it is possible that you can actually have a balance.
Yeah, because Joseph, we are not labeling paid for content at the moment. I know that most other places, BBC for example, will have a clear banner or something that says paid for promotion. I think even YouTube now has forced their content providers to say that if I'm doing a video and I'm doing sponsored content, I must put includes paid for promotion.
In all fairness, print journalism, print media does that. At least New Vision and Daily Monitor, you see paid for content or something like that. It's still TV. They will slap it there for a few seconds, take it away. Then somebody who bumps it in the middle, it will be gone. You will not see it. It's not constantly there. Then for radio, if it's mentioned at the beginning, it's gone. So maybe the question is, how do you keep it present all through? But to the more fundamental question which you asked, Apollo, I always have trouble with guys paying for an interview in the middle of the news. The problem is not the person who has paid money. And as CK put it, when what you're offering is not clear, you start negotiating on price. And in this case, position. The guy who is paying you, he wants his message to go across. That's all they want.
Right.
Now, it's you to understand how do your people, how do your audiences consume information. And then now, you put them where they belong. Because their advertorial, their PR event is not news. And if you make your news PR, as Apollo said, the audience switches off. So it all boils down to, the guy is not buying your news, he's not buying your news anchor, he just wants to speak to your audience. So as people who are executing this content, we need to be clear. If somebody is having this advert, how do we communicate their message? Is it an interview, Q&A, whatever? Is it a supplement in the newspaper? Is it an endorsement? Because we have all these products. Why is it that we are not selling them? Or we can't explain what we are selling? I was just submitting.
No, very, very good point.
Yes.
Questions, comments. Let's try and we have Less than 10 minutes trying to go through this. So our next session starts in just a little bit. We'll start with Idris, and then we'll go around the room.
Thank you, and thank you, the panelists. I think this has been a very interesting discussion. I wanted to ask Joseph. I mean, you have spoken. I like the example you gave of Financial Times trying to reinvent itself by producing content, and if you could localize, if you could contrast it with the local situation here. A number of media houses I know, including either Daily Monitor and Vision, have tried the paywall model before in an effort to, I don't know how, maybe I don't know whether you have an insight, has it worked? They've tried to, I mean, they had a digital paper where someone either pays, you had a, is it generating, are the results so far good? Is it generating enough money that can fund good journalism as opposed to the current model of where we depend mainly on advertisers and people to buy? Then the other issue that you talked about towards the end, Joseph again, is that you have to understand, well, I've worked in a print organization and now I work for a TV. You know, some of those things that you see as interviews in the middle of news, sometimes it's the advertiser insists, he says, for me, I want my thing to run in live at 9. How much do you pay, for example? So he says, you say, I'm going to pay all the money. So you say, but you see, according to our ethics, according to our rules, this thing should have run like at 8:30, or we can fix. Says, no, I know I want it to run doing inside the news because that's when people are watching. And sometimes I know media organizations are between a wall and a hard rock. So they sometimes compromise and accept. Of course, I agree with you. It didn't look proper, but also, you know, media houses also have to survive. That's the reasoning. Even sometimes, even as you watch and then you feel, but you say, the man said, they insist. He says, no, I know this. You give me 15 minutes. How much is each minute? 1 million. I'll pay 15 million. May I want there. You get it? Yeah, but I understand. And even me, I'm uncomfortable. Thanks.
May I respond? On the last question, one, it's very easy. You know, you have bills to pay. There's cash on the table. You pick it or you lose it. And then you struggle to pay the bills. It's a question of having the quick bucks today and then you pay the price tomorrow. I've been lucky to be running a media house. At some point when I took charge, you know, we were at the point where the guy says, I want my interview at this time, it will happen. And then one of the first things I said, this is clear. This one happens here, this one doesn't happen. I had many run-ins with my commercial team and they looked at me, it went all the way up to MD, and I was very clear, this doesn't happen. Immediately, we did not make the money. But guess what happened? The audience trusted us more. We are making way better money and comfortably. And on the first question of people, are people ready to pay? How is the success rate? Your neighbor can even answer better. But this is the insight and one of our key learnings. There are some numbers of people paying for the paper the way it is, e-paper, and they just, instead of buying the hard paper, they buy the e-copy. Are there people willing to pay for content online behind the paywall? No. Why? Because what is in the paper is what we are putting behind the paywall. So, and it's the same thing they saw on TV, they had on radio the whole day. Are we producing content for people to pay for behind the paywall? Not yet.
My name is Milton Emi Akwam. I work for TND News. I have a question for CK and a comment. You talked about innovation, Uganda being one of the most innovative countries, and I want to agree with that. But our innovation seems not to be standing for long. I would say it's not like any other countries that are innovative. So is it about funding? Do we lack funding to sustain our innovation? Or as an innovator, we also lose direction? That's one. Then my concern is, if you are an innovator, for example, or you start up a business today, I think your own vision is not to die tomorrow. And but again, because we don't predict the future, and if we don't have the finances, the resources to move forward, definitely we will actually perish.
Good morning. My name is Amy. Thank you to the panelists. Mine is just a comment. When I look through my notes here, I think it gives me more hope, because when we talk about media viability and money, it really gives a lot of fear in media practitioners and media owners because of especially the environment where it's going. I know most of our media houses depend on grants and support from different organizations, which in this case we are looking at the DGF going away and the impacts it has created already. But when you say if we want to stay viable, then we need to do a number of things, which from my notes here, it tells me that it's about content and trust. What do we have? What are we giving to the public? And then how can we draw the people to come and support us? These are the only two things which I think are very key. The content creation, how unique is it? And because when I hear a number of people here talking about having online platforms, websites, but how unique is every website, because each and everyone here can have a website, but what are you going to give to the public? How unique are you? What difference are you creating? This is my comment. Thank you.
CK and Joseph can see me. CK, you talked about aligning yourself to people with the same vision as yours. You know, most of these people, they all come as well-wishers. It is not easy to detect that this guy who is giving me this kind of support will later on, like Joseph has just said, accept it now and then pay the price later. And this is what most of us are going through, most of the young people are going through, most of the innovators are going through now. Accept the grant and pay the price later. So when you talk about the vision, I love it because I'm also visionary. How do you know that this guy who has come with all this support to you has got a totally different vision from the one you have? And I would like to hear that from you, CK, and also Joseph. You've been in these things for I don't know how long. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Achola, and I work for Radio Wango in Akago District. Mine is basically asking for how we can do it. Because I'm listening to what we're sharing, I'm liking it. But the way we said yesterday, some of the things look a little complex for us who are doing media work in the local communities. Sometimes we talk about innovations and then you're looking at your audiences and they are villagers, they don't have anything, so you even think of what to bring and you can't get it. We also dealing with mindset. We're in an area where You're trying to bring the people into understanding the importance of the media. So how do you help us there? That is my concern. Another issue would also be when you talk of innovations and media viability, you go to the villages and you find maybe a media house proprietor is a politician or a businessman who wouldn't want to hire people who have the minds to do those innovations. You tell them about it and they find, you know, they don't even want to accept it. So how do we go about that? Because that is the state that we are in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll wrap it up there for now. Let me start with Joseph and then we'll go to Apollo and then finish with CK as we wrap up the session.
Thank you. I didn't get your name, sorry, the lady just spoke. Susan. Susan, I think you have a very nice question, intriguing. It's one of the things I keep on fantasizing on as a media practitioner. I really look forward to practicing in a village, for lack of another word. This is why. Just look around all the money that comes in, the so-called donor money. Let's move away from the commercial advertising. All of them are targeting the people in your community. All of them. Focus on how to deliver the last mile. And what do you do about it? We are talking about innovation online and all that. No. Those guys are not yet thinking of all those many things. Yes, the mobile phone is there and all that. But what is it that the community thrives on and that the media, what is it that the community does that the media would thrive on? There's something that happens in the villages. And forgive me if I use the word villages not appropriately. People love to gather and talk. That's where their power is. That's where your opportunity is. Get people into this community interaction. There's one of the latest big radio stations on the global stage. It's based in Canada. It's called Now 1-2. What do they thrive on? Conversations. Conversations with who? In the communities. Who are they employing? Not the nice journalists that Apple was talking about, but nice, friendly people who can have conversations in the community. That's their biggest innovation. And at the moment, if you check it out online, they are making all the money that we can only dream of. And what are they doing? They are not following your nice format. This is what we do at this time. No, the only thing they follow is this show starts ends at that time. And what are they doing? They are doing interaction in the community. That's one innovation you can go for. You can go about it in so many ways. Just look around the lifestyles of your people. If we are talking about going online, it's because majority of us are in the urban area and the lifestyle of our audiences are online and all that. But the people in your village, what is their lifestyle? What's their meeting point? Therein lies your opportunity. And to answer indirectly another question, what is it you're offering your people? Where is the value? That you answer that question, then people, and then create content around that. Because there's one thing, knowing what people are interested in, but then being unable to create compelling content around it. Just offer people value in the way they like to consume it. Bingo, money will follow you. Seek ye first the audience.
And the money will follow you. As we go to Apollo, I just wanted to find out if... Charity, who is not supposed to be introduced yet, but I will introduce her.
There's a time he said dinosaurs speak to the young people. Only a dinosaur can see what you have said. And only a dinosaur can tell that accept the money now and pay later. The today generation wants it now. So we still need the dinosaur in the newsroom.
And how do you then create that balance? But also the problem is, Charity, that the dinosaurs are literally being pushed out of the newsrooms.
What I meant, Charity, just to clarify, is, if we come up with a strategy, definitely you need the dinosaurs to still give you the strategy because some of them have longer necks. They can do focused and see ahead. But then when it comes to operationalizing that strategy, you need the young guys because they know how they do it, how they have fresher brains. They live the reality. Thank you.
So it becomes about the balance. As I was saying, I'm looking for someone who might have seen one of these anywhere yesterday. One of our guests misplaced a lens cover, and you know with photography, your lens is everything. So if you damage it in any way, it becomes a problem. So if you've seen a Canon lens cover, please do let us know. We're trying to find it in case you. Oh, it's been seen. Okay, just in case. Yeah. Apollo, go ahead. Yeah. Your parting thoughts. Yeah.
My parting thoughts, I think maybe just to reiterate, one that digitalization has disintegrated audiences. For us, the dinosaurs, what we knew as mass media really doesn't exist. So what is the challenge for us as media? That we must find those audiences wherever they are. And that goes to the issue that has been coming up, packaging, responding to the needs of those audiences. From a media development perspective, clearly, media viability, media survival will rest on what kind of products we can put out there that are attractive. But how do we do that? We need reskilling. For a long time, media has really benefited from media development for free. I think it's time that they invested, they reciprocated and invested some money in this. And lastly is that as media development, I see opportunities for us. One, to grow the capacity of the media, but also to raise some money that we can use to actually continue giving this capacity. One of those is to develop packages for these media houses. Things like skilling on how to profitably run a newsroom. As we know, a majority of our media houses are not set up as businesses. They were set up for totally different motives. So I think the opportunities are there, and we need to embrace them.
Well, thank you very much. And you have a couple of questions to answer, and then your parting thoughts as well.
Right. Thanks, Ben, and thanks for the questions. I think one of the sentences about Uganda being the most entrepreneurial country in the world, I was agreeing with you that that's what the media says, but we don't have the evidence to claim that statement, mostly because we are not competitive in attracting backers for that so-called entrepreneurialism or creativity. So the question always goes down to why and what we're trying to do about it. A lot of it is down to the ecosystem where the innovators, entrepreneurs are working. Typically, we need about 5 things to be working for an innovator for us to begin to see that competitiveness. There is such a thing as right policy environment, which policy environment will then go ahead to incentivize people who are investing in innovation. It's not attractive to invest in the country at the moment because it's a policy thing, and that's some of the work we're currently doing. There's also, when we talk about capital and where the money is, I keep saying that money has different colors and faces. So if you have a project, you better know which type of capital you need to be looking for. So you'll see that the diversity of the capital we have for ideas is also limited. You'll have grants, then you'll have debt. You won't have a lot of options. So there is some work that needs to be done in making sure that we're building systems that will ensure the right forms of capital that are that like risk and are able to support innovators at the right stage. There's such a thing as mentorship. The question is who's mentoring an entrepreneur. at the moment, just because someone works in a bank or is a big person like Ben, people think that's the mentor. Typically, an innovator needs someone who has built something to tell them, this is how I did it, and this is how you can do it. You know, I'm not a mentor because I'm a motivational speaker or because I've read a book here and there. So a lot of that is the ecosystem that typical innovators will need for us to get innovating. And that's the work we're doing, but a lot of this takes time, but we're working on that. On well-wishers, and then you take the money, and then things change at the end. I think for me, it goes down to you, in essence. It's just like walking to the taxi park. You're going to reach there, and if you're going to Ginger, you will not start asking for taxis that are going where? To Fort Portal, right? That's really the start. It will always almost end in tears if you go to the park.
Even when you're desperate?
If you're desperate and you take it, don't be surprised the price you have to pay. Because you'll get to Fort Portal and you'll be asking, where's Mavira Forest, right? You don't turn around and then again blame the conductor, and yet he told you we're going to what? To Fort Portal. So that's the implication. But I'm also saying this because I know there's always funding out there for the initiatives that you're trying to pilot or to do. But it comes down to the readiness of the funding. We've had so many funders say they have the money, but when the entrepreneurs are not ready. So readiness and the type of capital. Yeah, beg to end here because of time, but very excited to share further insights and visit any of our locations to dig in further. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's on. Thank you very much. Let's give a big hand clap to CK, to Apollo, and to hashtag Joe Walker. You? Okay, you wanted...
Just one word. If you just remember anything, as we look for funding, as we look to make the media more vibrant and stay alive, one, the strategies we used yesterday were peacetime strategies. If you ask me right now, it's wartime. What worked in peacetime will not work in wartime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sleeves folded, knees and hands and feet and everything dirty, I guess. Speaking of wartime, our next session is on, it's technically war when you think about elections, but we'll be coming to that in a moment. I wanted to just check in with what's happening on social media, so I'm going to have Jan do that very briefly, and then I'll give instructions on what our tea break looks like, and then we'll go into what should be a very exciting next session.
I have a quick question for Mr. Joseph Beyanga. How much retooling needs to be done for digital transformation? Is comfortably embraced for digital transformation is comfortably embraced by journalism in the newsroom. I think for digital transformation to be comfortably embraced in the newsroom, I think we have a session on that in the afternoon. But yes, you can answer that. Irene also says, employers and employees on the same page in what digital transformation means for their career, the company and the media in general. Apart from retooling, what other onboarding avenues are available for journalists with less access to good infrastructure, especially those upcountry, without the human resource being prepared to run with the ideas media owners plan to implement to bring the money on the table? How do they fit in the vision of the implementer? So you have media owner having his plans, but is there capacity in the newsroom?
One thing is, most of the time we turn to the media owner, to the vision bearer for ideas. No, he owns the media house, and that's why he hired you. If he knew what to do, they would never have hired you. People don't hire you to tell you what to do. People hire you to do the work. So if you don't have the competencies, don't go looking for a job. They will fire you. before you turn down somebody, before you wreck somebody's business. So let's work on our individual competencies before we start asking what's the business or what's the business doing for me. And then on the question of retooling for digital, I think the person who asked the question confused our names. There's somebody called Carol Beyanga. She'll be speaking in the afternoon. She's very brilliant. She will answer your question. She's my wife.
Okay, just to add a little more to what has been discussed here, there are some fundamental issues that are standing out. From yesterday, Mr. Buembo asked if journalists can be able to pay to be part of a union so that they can support their own safety. I'm hearing the same coming from Apollo. We have been getting a lot of support from media development, but now a lot is changing from the from donor interest to I think global changes happening. Is it time, and it's a question we must reflect on, are you able to pay for a module on something that you want to improve yourself on as a journalist, or you are still waiting for funding, you know? And if the funding doesn't come, what does that mean for your career development? If we said, and I'm just taking it up from the journalism awards, right? If we say that we need to support ACME to do this award, are we as journalists able to crowdfund, to produce this money ourselves and take it to ACME and say, you know what, here it is, we are a group that is going to pay for maybe this category? Is that a possibility? And then, of course, with media development seemingly to be on its own balance, is it time for us to use the Kwanjula model or the Harambe model,
Teacher me. One, I believe if we are interested in something, we should be ready to pay for it. The person who is paying for it, you may end up, you are the product they are buying you. They have a purpose why they are paying what they are paying. You, why are you organizing these journalism awards? Are your purposes aligning? You may end up being, you are meeting somebody's objective when you are missing yours. So if we are not ready to pay for something, there's something we grew up, some people may not find it really very palatable, but I grew up hearing it. Basically, we use it at primary school. If you don't have money, don't go picking somebody's mandazis. If we can't afford something, why are we paying for? Why are we interested in doing it? If somebody is willing to buy you breakfast, it means they are going to pick your wisdom. Are we a commodity? Are we a product? What are we in this whole transaction? So I think as media, that's why this year actually, when ACME approached us at NAB and told us there was journalism awards and there was need for funding, we were ready. We wrote a check because, yes, we wrote a check as NAB to ACME for journalism awards because we are interested in good journalism. So if we are not interested in it and we expect somebody to pay for it, we are a commodity. We need to define our position in this whole thing.
So can me as Jan also write a check for other video donor? Is it a donor still, or is just me supporting journalism? A partner?
Yes, of course, you are welcome to contribute. What I can guarantee you is that whatever contribution you give will not change or affect the credibility of the award. The process that we use will remain the same. And yeah, the right people will be recognized. Although when you raise this conversation, the thing that has been playing in my mind is usually these awards, for instance, are accompanied with a check. I've just been pondering, would a journalist give that recognition with as much excitement if it just came as a plaque without the check?
No, I'm also giving you the plaque. I mean the money. If the journalist also giving you the money, not just the money for the plaque.
I beg your pardon?
If the journalists are also giving you the money.
Yes.
Also for the award and for even the money coming.
Yes. Absolutely. It's something we welcome. That's why I emphasize that contributions do not mean that it is going to take anything, any credibility away from what we do.
This conversation continues now over tea, which will need to be a very short one. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, one more hand clap for our panel. Thank you so much. Great insights, great things to be picked up on. So our tea is served at the back over there. And this is what I'm going to ask that we do in the interest of time. Our next session is supposed to have started 20 minutes ago. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to go, pick a cup of tea, and come back. So we'll do a working tea. I hope that's in order. It's not optional. Just saying. So please go, pick a cup of tea, come back and sit with your tea, and then we will proceed. So I'll give you 6 minutes to go pick your tea and come back, and then we will continue. Thank you.
check 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Check mic 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Check 1 2.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the tea break. Let's get on with our next session, which should be a very exciting one as we talk about the road to elections. It seems that literally everywhere that you turn, there's an election happening in some shape or form. Sometimes it seems like in Uganda we are permanently in election mode because everything seems to be about campaigns and all of that. We're going to have a discussion about whether journalism is playing its watchdog role for elections. I think I should sit down for this one. As we talk about what's been going on in the East African region, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, we have literally only just come out of our last election, but everyone is already thinking about what's happening with the coming election. And we need to be talking about the issues that surround journalism and journalists and how we get involved in elections. Joining me to share their thoughts on this, please welcome the managing editor at the Daily Monitor, Mr. Tabu Botajira, who is obviously not listening to me. He's listening, or he's like that. This is how they be. Please come join me on the stage. Give him a big hand clap as he comes. He's joined by, I should say, a journalist defector. Yesterday we were having a discussion about people who went for UNICEF jobs. Our next panelist left for something even bigger than a UNICEF job. She's executive director at the Electoral Laws Institute. Please welcome Charity Ahimbisibwe as she comes and give her a big, big hand clap. And of course, we'll delve into issues to do with elections and what's been going on. Good to see you, Tabo. Good to see you, Charity. It should be a fun conversation. And then, of course, we'll get as much feedback from you as possible and from the people who are joining us online. Thanks a lot for being a part of the conversation. Don't forget to use the hashtag Uganda Media Week 2022, Media Week 2022, and also hashtag journalism in case you want to get in touch so we can hear from you. So let me start with you, Tabu. It literally feels like we never get out of elections. Everything that you tend to see from a politician's perspective, it's like everything everyone does is in the lens of elections are coming, elections are coming, elections are coming. And yet it's not as bad as elsewhere in the world. How many prime ministers has the UK had? It was so... Yeah, it gets a little bit almost exhausting. Before we get into the perspective of journalism and how it impacts the elections and our role and where we sit in that, do you think it's a problem for us as a nation, for focusing on Uganda to be specific, that almost everything is seen from the perspective of election, that almost nothing else ever gets done?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Media Focus, for organizing these type of conversations. I just want to make a side reference about them before we delve into the substantive matter that you have asked us to speak about. And just out of curiosity, how many people in this room are not journalists or are not affiliated with media work? So this is exactly my problem, because we operate in the echo chamber. So we speak to ourselves, we preach to ourselves, and we ask why things are not changing elsewhere. For the organizers, I think maybe next time half of this room should be people who have no stake in the media, and they can say things that we've never heard before. They're not bound by any limits. They're not talking to their supervisors or colleagues. And they just say things. So let me come back to the question you have raised in regard to elections in Uganda. But more generally, of course, the whole of East Africa has been having, is due to have, each of the countries is due to have an election. I think Congo will have one next year. Kenya just had, before that there were elsewhere elections are also happening. and you can see that, well, you cited the issue of Britain, where people are literally leaving premiership for no reason in our Ugandan context, right? Very small things of how the markets are behaving, how the pound is behaving, and what the anticipated costs of heating or eating during the forthcoming winter will be like. And somebody says, okay, you elected me to solve these problems. I am unable to solve it at the moment. I am going. Just leaving power like that. That's very surprising. Of course, that's not really the Ugandan political garb that we wear. And we had an election, and this month is hugely important because it will be the second anniversary of the shooting on the streets in the face of almost everyone else here in Kampala, of anywhere 50 plus people dead by security forces, just of electoral contestation, which is one of the most bleeding things insofar as there's been no accountability whatsoever, no prosecutions or identification of the perpetrators, and so forth. And I'm talking about the November riots and the people who were killed then. In the run-up to, during, and after the elections, there have been several people, particularly of the opposition and National Unity Platform Party, who were arrested. Many of them were held incommunicado for a long time and emerged out of the detentions with life-lasting injuries and things like that. So, in that context, therefore, elections in Uganda are a life and death matter, indeed, because we have seen that happen. Should it be like that? Of course not. The essence of elections, of course, Uganda is party to international instruments that talk about democracy, human rights, rule of law, and all those kind of things, including, of course, the East African Community Treaty, and also in our own constitution, there is protection for democracy and all of those kind of things. The question is, what we have in letters differs from what we have in practice, and this is particular to our country in regard to where our politics is. And elections are presumed to be renewal of mandate on the basis of promises to do certain things for the people, to improve their welfare and so forth. And therefore, the basis of whether or not you get another mandate therefore should be framed in the context of whether you have achieved the things you set out to achieve, and if you haven't, if there's a legitimate explanation for that. It's also assumed to be a social contract for that reason, frankly, and therefore that would assume that the constituencies that are voting have well clarified interests. In our country, the level of articulation of interest per constituency is very depressed. You do not see the level of organization around particular interests, whether it's business people who are making a demand and say, for me to elect you as a president, as a district chairperson, you must be able to do X, Y, Z. Lower taxes, perhaps offer some waivers, provide some subsidy, and then we'll pay our tax.
Yeah, I actually want to. House. Yeah, no, I want to come back to that as a big issue in terms of the issues around the elections and especially how we cover them or how the media covers them. But before you do, I wanted to get some quick perspective because, like you mentioned, we just had an election in Kenya, which felt a bit weird for us in Uganda because we're thinking, what do you mean it's that too close to call? Those are things that we are not very familiar with. Wanted to get a perspective. Harrison Manga, who is a country director for Media Focus on Africa in Kenya, is with us online. Good to see you, Harrison. Jambo, how's Nairobi this morning? Are you muted, Harrison? We're having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. We're trying to see if we can make sure that the sound, I think it might be the computer on our side. Can you hear us now? Now we can hear you loud and clear. Mambo? It's a good thing to hear you say Nairobi is fine because, again, history has shown us that usually what has happened in an election, it can get really nasty and messy and ugly. Oh, okay, now you can hear me. I was just saying it's a good thing you're saying Nairobi is fine because in the past we've had some really serious issues, especially after elections. And for you guys to have gone on to have probably the closest election that you've had in Kenya's history, if I'm not mistaken, wanted to find out what was that like, what we saw with results sort of changing and the way the media managed the election in Kenya. If you can give us some quick insights on what that has been like in the build-up and the run-up to and immediately afterwards in the aftermath.
terms of just the fact that if we share the political opinion and access to media and could, make their case via the different media platforms in Kenya, I think that in that sense, we can say that there was impartiality by the media houses, there was impartiality by the journalists, who are practicing. And so all of this ultimately contributed to what turned out to be a fairly peaceful process. The extent to which it was free and fair will always be debatable and will always depend on who you speak to and how much knowledge of the behind the scenes goings on there are aware of. But by and large, I would say that the media here played their part, including the fact that they came together to organize the presidential debate. They came together to organize a number of debates for those who wanted to govern in Kenya. Because right now in Kenya, other than the presidential position, one of the other key positions is the position of the governor, who is basically, sort of a small president. We have small 47 presidents because we have 47 county governments in Kenya. So the position of the governor has become very critical because governors control resources. They have an assembly, and they therefore wield quite a bit of power and influence. So that position has become very important, and the media came together and to a large extent ensured that those who are running for the governor position across the country were put together in a platform, and the journalists asked them questions about their plans on the agenda, and of course in addition to the presidential debate. So, the media in Kenya did their bit and afforded everybody at least an opportunity to make their case. But we can always interrogate, how far they went in questioning,
Right.
asking the right question. I know that there are those who will tell you that there were serious issues within the electoral management board in Kenya in terms of even division among the commissioners, and all that. And did we, put the right focus on that as the media? That's a question that has been asked. Or did we focus on the politicking and didn't really pay close attention to what was going on at the electoral management board?
Right.
Which of course is a key institution when we're talking about the election. So on the face of it, I would say that the Kenyan media did their bit and afforded all the shades of opinion a platform. We can interrogate whether, they asked the right questions. We can interrogate whether, through the panel discussions and everything that was going on, via the media platforms, whether, the voter became better informed at the end of it all.
Right. Right. No, and I'm going to come back to you, especially regarding where you came from in 2017 and the issues that were raised at that time, and if they were on the agenda going into 2022. But first, let me first come to Charity again, and then Tabo, to pick some comparisons from you in terms of the parallels. I'm sure both of you were following this Kenya election as if it was your own. In terms of the things that you picked up. And I guess to sort of actually juxtapose it against the Americans, I think, because, when we talk about the media and elections, there's always this whole standard about objectivity and all of that. And if we learned anything from the American election is that it's not as straightforward as people would like it to be, is it, Charity? We'll start with you. Based on, again, from our perspective, in terms of what we know, what we're used to, what you saw happening with the Kenyan election from a media perspective, and maybe you can draw some parallels for us here. And again, I think it wouldn't hurt to also look at it from that context of what our friends across the oceans were doing with the elections. Again, for us to pick lessons.
Okay, it's on. Thank you, Ben. Now, if Americans, then we have to think about Trump and what happened during that Trump election and the story of the trumpet. But to America, let's reflect a bit on Kenya and why I agree with the perspectives coming in there. One, there was information flow. they could access information as and when they want. Does that happen in our Ugandan context? I must say no. We even have a precedent in court that was taken by the Editors Guild versus the Media Council that had told journalists to get tags to cover the 2021 election. And we have a lot of such precedents which show you that the media is given spaces to tinker with information. Then the whole process, transparency, accountability is put in question. And the moment accountability, transparency are questioned, then people are ready to go to fight. So for me, actually, I believe that keep away the information and push for coups, and push for war, and push for violence. That's what I believe. Keep the information away, you're ready for a coup. Keep the information away, you're ready for violence. So what can we pick from Kenya? That as much as they were unvetted, know what their commissioners were going to announce, who could manage to tally. So it was a matter of, okay, we can get IT brains into a room, we verify this data ourselves and arrive at who the winner were. And the observers had already done a PV. The observer wanted to cheat for Raila, let's say, if that's what they wanted. The results were clear. There was no way you were going to do that. Even when the stories of the guys who had tinkered with the database system came up, I've forgotten who, Venezuela. When the Venezuelan story came, Kenya withstood that story because of information flow. Again, because the information could reach the people. They said, okay, prove to us. Now, this was court. Because in court, the burden of proof, that evil called burden of proof, is you must prove beyond any doubt that actually that form was changed. But the evidence was not coming through because even from a journalist's perspective, you received the form at the polling station. And there was a final form that was displayed on the system. But the two forms were tallying. And there was no possibility that anything had changed in between. So what did the Venezuelans do? You see, if there was proof that even two forms had changed in character, data, or information, then that was sufficient ground. But that was not possible to be proved. And you know, again, the Kenyans had this information with them. But for us here, what happens? The moment Bobby Wine said, I'm going to court, there's a lot of things happening back and forth, background. When the journalists even broke, I think it was Daily Monitor, they produced a picture of the Chief Justice coming from a certain place. I will not name the place. Tabu will tell us, those who remember. But it was coming from a certain place. Already justice is tinkered with. He has told you, the instrument of the institutions, this institution called the court, that they know they have a fallback place. Do we have that place? We don't. Back to America. Does America have systems? Do they have institutions? Do they have a fallback place that even when Trump could bring the Russians to change results, the results did not change the way he thought he would change them? And he said, I'm going nowhere. He almost became a part of the shithole countries he calls. But he could still not stay in that chair because the systems could not let him stay. The system was he had to go. They prepared their new president who had been elected. They went ahead with all the processes and they prepared Trump to exit even when he said, I'm not leaving this chair. Can we arrive at such a kind of election?
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Tabu, your quick perspective on that. Also, again, from the perspective of the media, if you look at, I think using the American example, it's a bit obvious that it's almost hard to find a media house calling themselves non-partisan in the US because they have very clear lines in which they operate. But when push came to shove, even the ones that are supposed to be 100% pro, Republican, suddenly started saying, hey, guy, okay, fine, we've tried. This is obviously not working. You gotta let it go. You know, you need you need to accept and move on. Something that the Kenyans seem to have done very well, especially in terms of, again, because you remember, even with the Kenyan election, and I think Harrison has touched on this, you had media owners who are clearly backing certain people, and even when the initial titles were coming up, the results that they were picking up, they will pick the ones that sort of favor their candidate initially, but it gets to a point where it's a bit obvious that, hey, this thing is going in that direction, and they will say, okay, fine. It looks like thing is going that way. Lessons for us to learn?
So here will be my categorization of the situation. The first is that I think Uganda is doing an internship with democracy. Kenya perhaps is now an employee who is on probation.
About to end their probation, right? They look like they finished their probation.
And the Americans and the British and the other guys, you might say, are confirmed in that sense. Obviously, there are intellectual conversations about democracy and what that means and how it is practiced and so forth. But there needs to be an acknowledgement that these guys have been trying to make those mistakes and perfecting it for a long time, which is not the same case for Uganda. And like Kenya's experience obviously draws from a lot more the 2007-2008 election debacle, in which about 1,400 people were killed, in that contest. In a way, maybe blood can deliver some good things if people learn their game well. Am I saying that should happen in Uganda? Well, of course, that has happened in 1986, 1981 to 1986. It may have not delivered what people are talking about. So, in the context of the media engagement with the politics, I think the African Center for Media Excellence, and I should make full disclosure here that I'm a board member of ACME, did actually research about how the Kenyan media covered the elections. And the conclusions that I can pick for the purpose of this discussion, that first, they focused on the top two personalities. In that case, because you're talking about Raila Odinga and William Ruto. And that there was a lot more reporting on what they said, and that there was limited interrogation of the issues and the policy proclamations. That's not really significantly different from what also African Center of Media Excellence said about Ugandan media coverage of Uganda's elections of 2021. I think they looked at TVs, they looked at newspapers, and they looked at some radio stations. And it was interesting that the newspapers gave more coverage to the incumbent President Museveni. The radio stations did provide good coverage for the first two candidates, and all of the media provided the third tier coverage for the FDC candidate, Patrick Muriat, and she came number 3 in the elections. Is there a relationship between how the media covers an election to actually how people vote? I don't know. I think that will require research, to qualify it. But essentially, one of the things we did, and I can speak for the Nation Media Group Uganda, where I am the managing editor both on the TV and in the print, and of course our online platforms and socials. At some point was really to interrogate what the claims the candidates were making were, and we also introduced a fact checker to counter-check what they were saying on the campaign trail. And one of the things that I was saying before, rather in the first segment, was that there doesn't seem to be legitimate demands made by different electoral constituencies in this country that you can reasonably describe as a form of social contract with leaders, frankly. So what happens is the leaders come and say, this is what I want to do for you. So you make a choice on that basis, and then they go back and decide whether they do what they have said, or they do something else, or they do none, right? So you can't then come around and say, I want to hold the leaders accountable, because you really made no demand to them, in the real sense of things, right? The media fraternity in Uganda, collectively, what did we demand from any of the presidential candidates when they were going to elections? None. We were escorts. We were running after them and, reporting what they said, right? The traders in Chikubo, the guys who control the big monies, what was the particular interest they articulated that went feed or enrich the manifestos of the candidates? Nothing. The environmentalists, Did they together put something and say, this is what we expect of the president, these are our demands, this is the basis on which we are going to vote? Nothing. So if you're not making a particular demand, then how are you saying that somebody is not accountable? Right? So there's a significant issue of how is this democracy functioning? Right? Because if the person who is asking for office is the one who tells you what I want to do, and then they go back and decide what of those things they can do, you are really a spectator. In many ways, we are not participants in this process. And this is perhaps why our democracy is cultured the way it is. Because if you go to, many people love these premiership games, right? There are such fantastic analysts, even in this country, I hear them on radio and TV, because they're watching people who don't know them on the TV, yeah? Or they're hearing these relays on radio. And they know how.
Let us know, so we can come to that. So as we wait to get that online, then Charity, I'll come to you on the same issue regarding what we do with issues. Again, like Tabu is saying, we don't seem to be. Audio is back. All right, Harrison. So I'm guessing you can hear us now. I was about to start learning sign language crash course. In terms of how issues were being handled in the election in Kenya, do you feel that the media has been able to interrogate the promises that are made by the candidates, say, for example, from 2017? Were those followed up at all to see if they were delivered? Were those an issue at all in 2022? Or was it simply about the personalities that we had running for the election?
Thank you for that. I think that has generally been the challenge we've had. We don't go back in time to properly challenge candidates on the things that they promised and what was not delivered. So it's almost like we're treating every electoral cycle as a new thing. And so a lot of the media discussions and conversations focused on the promises that were being made in this election by the candidates, not so much what their track record had been previously. I think that the person who eventually won the election in Kenya was quite innovative in seeking to bring in a new narrative for the election in Kenya. And I don't know whether you know that the word hustler has become a very trying to, overtake and dominate the narratives around the election here in Kenya, we were all fascinated by that. And so we focused on this whole hustler conversation and the fact that, one of the candidates was the sitting vice president of Kenya, but who had fallen out with his previous bosom buddy, the outgoing president of Kenya. And so there was a lot of focus on that interplay, and what the so-called system, intended to do to ensure that the deputy president does not succeed, and become the president. I mean, whether that is factual or not is something else altogether. But that is the kind of fixation that we had, and the media would, of course, also pick up on that. So a lot of media coverage in this election were, had a lot to do with that supposed power play, between the deputy president and his boss, who was exiting at the end of his term, and also this whole conversation about hustler, bottom up, and all of that. So we didn't really spend time to interrogate what was being promised, and we already are seeing that in the first 2 months of the new administration. They're already going back on a lot of the things that they supposedly promised to do, and so we're all now getting surprised that so early in the day, already promises are not being kept and words are not being delivered. But we also did interrogate a lot of these things when we were in the peak of the election season. So I think that there is a failure in that sense, from the journalists here in Kenya. But also I agree with the point that one of the speakers was making earlier. I mean, the electorate also doesn't seem to be very much interested in holding leaders to account in terms of what their previous track record is. I mean, for argument's sake, if someone was part of, because there was a lot of bashing of the outgoing administration in Kenya in terms of the inability to deliver, to get us to a place where the cost of living is down, to get the economy to be functioning, thriving, and all that. But one of the leading candidates for this election was the deputy president of that administration. So if the administration did so poorly, how then can the deputy president extricate himself from the failures of the very administration, he was the second in command? He never resigned, he never walked out of government the entire time. He enjoyed the privileges and the largesse and the powers that come with being the deputy president of Kenya, while at the same time, moving around the country and telling the electorate about, how the government that he was having had failed. And we never saw, that level of interrogation happen within our media platform. So there is always, there was that failure in that sense, in terms of the coverage that we saw. So that's what I would say.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You make it sound, and it almost, I think, was as if the Kenyan election was like a soap opera. It had all the ingredients of just a brilliant soap opera, and it sort of came out that way. I remember seeing the hustler vehicles that were being used, and I was thinking, oh, that's an interesting level. Let's get some perspective from Charity on this again. So you're hearing that, and Harrison just mentioned that you have a sitting deputy president who is basically saying, we have failed, but vote for me. And no one has asked anything about that, saying, hold on a minute, are you listening to yourself? So do we assume, this is the way things are always going to be, where forget about the issues, it's about who is able to make a good impression and be as charming as possible in the elections?
Unfortunately for Africa, and most of the African elections, it is the intrigue, it is what is exciting for the populace and they cannot therefore set the agenda. The media should be helping us to understand these concepts and make the ordinary people relate to them in their own language. But what has happened is people in the communities are totally disconnected. I met someone who said, I saw you on TV, you talk about these things, you're always fighting government, me, I fear you. She's a woman, she prays with me in some church of Uganda in Mbara, And when she said, I fear you, I said, then why? Because you're always talking these things about governance, democracy. You're saying there should be good governance. And I was thinking, oh Lord, we still have a big problem. And indeed, that is it. That for us who have gone to school, and those of you who know how to write, you know the 5 W's and the H, and you have a conversation with yourselves, and you can speak English, you think you are there. But we have the bulk, the 80%, who are out there, and they are only looking for matoke, they are looking for cassava, they are looking for the usual hustle. Every day they want just the economy to work for them. And so what about your democracy? When I was in Gulu before the 2021 election, I went to the marketplace and I kept asking the young people and the women, because our interest then was we were being funded by UN Women. So we're asking young people and women, would you vote in this election? We don't care, we don't want to be part of this election. So what? We already know the result. It is President Museveni going to win anyway, whether we vote or we don't vote. And this perspective still exists. So can we live past that? And it's not just in Uganda. You've heard for yourself there. So Ruto was part of the whole mess. But he managed to wiggle himself and make himself an angel, and he was perfect. And everything was good. And Raila, despite talking and trying, because he's not as charismatic. There's a time we had Kizza Besigye standing, and we had my friend of Aunt, the retired
General Muntu.
General Muntu. And then we also had President Museveni. And if you listen to what General Muntu was saying, he had a bit of sense, but Ugandans were saying, he doesn't have charisma. Imagine that man being your president. We will sleep. That was the benchmark. The question was not what is the agenda, what is the issue, what is he presenting, what is he saying. The issue was the moment he becomes president, that one. And then we have another problem called tribalism in Uganda. And I don't think we will ever transcend sectarianism, tribalism, nepotism. It is so big that it has gotten into schools. That right now, people from certain regions hate people who come from certain regions in school. When I went to school, that didn't matter. Wherever you came from, we were just in school. You're my friend just because you're my friend. So what? But now, it's a big issue. You people come from there. You people have mistreated us. Now, for us, we're in this clique. Even in universities, this thing exists. I am in a university class, and these same sentiments exist in that class, in that space. And I feel bad because this is the very agenda that gets into electoral processes. Now, we need to think beyond small talk. We need to think beyond small issues and begin to connect with our country. The question of understanding our history and where we are walking to, when somebody makes a statement, the son of the president recently made a statement and said, in Uganda, you're talking good governance, rule of law. Those things don't matter for us. We are militarized. We know how to deal with these issues. That's what he said. Now, you're comparing us to Kenya and good governance and democracy. I felt very bad. Actually, if there was one time I was willing to meet General Muhoozi, it is when he made that statement. All the other times I've not minded. But why? Because I would like him to give us an option of how government can change peacefully without considering good governance, without considering institutions, good working institutions, without considering rule of law, and without considering the Constitution. If he invents that one, I'll be very happy to support his agenda.
Right, I'm sure we can get Tabo to set up a meeting for you, so you can have a discussion. As we sort of begin to wrap this up and then get some perspective from the people who are with us in the room and of course online as well. I'll start with Tabo and then we'll come to you, Harrison, and circle back to Charity. We're trying to think about positives and the way forward and what we can do and what we need to do. What do you see as being the role of the media now going forward? We know you have articulated properly, the three of you, what the challenges seem to be. we know what the ideal should be. We know where we need to go and where we sort of are or aren't, for that matter. What does the media now then begin to do to fit into what their role is supposed to be? How do we get that woman at your church to pay a bit more attention to the issues, because she doesn't know that they will affect her when the government borrows more money than they can spend at exorbitant interest rates, that actually affects her? Where is the media in this taboo? Especially now, we only have a couple of years before we get into the thick of 2026 for Uganda. Chances are it's not going to change in the next 2 years, right? But maybe thinking beyond, what sort of small steps can we take so that in 15, 20 years we can also pass our probation, if possible?
You know, one of the benefits which is stated in the context of Kenya is that the government, the would-be government candidate was running as an opposition flag bearer, and the opposition guy was a government candidate. And what that essentially did is that both Ruto and Uhuru have very deep roots in state. And most of the violence during elections is state deployed. And therefore there was, it can be assumed that there was a reasonable balance of terror internally within state architecture in how they deployed their support. And that created, you know, what you see as normal stuff in Kenya, right? In Uganda, you don't get that chance. If it were to happen, probably you have different results. If, for instance, the army was split in the middle of things, that maybe the conversations will actually change, and the disposition of politicians will also be different. In the context of Uganda, I think when we're discussing power and state functioning, we will be living in denial not to illuminate the role of the army, right? The security sector is the anchor of Uganda's state as it is. And for all intents and purposes, they call the shots, right? I am a realist. I tend to.
So I guess you're just giving Charity a point of information that what she had was.
I'm just telling you that from where I sit, there are obviously very nice normative concepts that we can have conversation about. Those discourses are very healthy. But the reality on the ground really is actually that the army calls the shots in this country. That's actually going to be it. Now, should that change? Yes. Has it changed? It hasn't. When will it change? I don't know. Do you deal in the future of hope, or do you deal with the reality? You deal with what you are in right now. Because that's really what it is, right? Because if you have the first son, for instance, who is the serving officer of the UPDF?
You should see the look Charity is giving you right now.
And he's making all these kinds of comments, right? And nothing happens, right? And then we run to a corner here at Skies and talk about him, all right? Which is the safest zone we can possibly have, okay? To say the things that are here. You see this is the reality we're dealing with, right?
And hope that there are no drones in the area.
So the point I'm raising is that I just want us to appreciate the reality in which we are, and then that's where we locate the conversation and move out of it, right? So does democracy matter and function in this country? Yes and no. Yes, because you have some of the things that Charity ably said, you know, are hallmarks of democracy happening in the country, right? Elections, renewal of mandates of different elected leaders, except at the top. That has been permanent. That is permanent and pensionable, so you can do the changes elsewhere other than there. But going into the conversations about elections, you know, one of the things which is happening right now, and I don't know where the media stands on this, is some kind of social engineering where you are having to frame the 2026 election as a choice between father and son. All right? This is Jesus and God. Now, if we agree that there's a problem in heaven, which in this case would be State House, and Jesus somehow wants to do something against God, so where will God be? Is he coming to earth? Is he remaining in heaven? So these are things that preoccupy my mind when I'm listening to people talk. And so, in other words, what is all this fuss about the first son, right? Is it something real? Is it a phantom? Is it a fable? Is it a fact? Right? What is it? I've tried to speak to different people who are engaged in one way or the other through the process. it does appear even the people who are close to him don't actually know what is happening. Right? So because there's no clarity, it becomes difficult to frame the conversation. Right? Is it a question of succession? Is it a question of succession? What role, who plays what role? Is it democracy? Is somebody going to die? We don't know. So there are just so many unknowns. And the problem of having a conversation from the unknown is you don't even know what you're saying. And this is where we are. Right? So everybody has an opinion, and if you ask them what are the facts, they don't know. So how are you holding an opinion without the facts? Right? So this is now the challenge for the media, right? How do you sieve the trash from, what is fact?
So I know Charity is burning to respond to this, and she'll get a chance to do that. But let me first go back to Harrison, if we can, for a moment. Harrison, in terms of what you think needs to happen for, again, going forward, but also I hadn't asked you for the Kenyan perspective of what's been happening in Uganda, and if you've been following what's been going on, what the sentiment seems to be over there, especially from a media perspective, what you seem to have seen. And then, of course, also in terms of now going forward, what the role of the media is supposed to be for elections. What do you think needs to happen? To us now moving to a place where we can focus on the issues as opposed to just being in a soap opera.
The Kenyan perspective of what is going on in Uganda. About a month or so ago, there were some tweets that went viral. I think I even saw, some international platforms talking about them. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you which tweets are viral. I'm sure you must be quite aware that there was somebody who was saying it would be very easy for them to make it to the road and do certain things. So, very interesting. I think for a lot of us in Kenya, we always found Uganda to be interesting in that sense. A lot of Kenyans will generally feel superior, maybe displaced or not. But a lot of Kenyans will always think, we are a very democratic country. We're not like Uganda. There's a lot of, we have freedom here. It's not the same case with Uganda. So a lot of us tend to think that democracy is more at play, out here in Kenya than is the case in Uganda. Of course, that's always debatable, but at least that's a common, ordinary perspective that you will find in the streets in Kenya if you ask them about Uganda. Many Kenyans, and the Kenyan population is fairly young. We have a lot of, like 3/4 of the Kenyan population is under 35. So what that tells you is that for a lot of Kenyans, we don't even want independent president in their lifetime. And I remember when we were doing the inauguration for the president, President Ruto the other day, and of course, Mr. Kaguta Museveni was in town for that. And I remember I was seeing memes on social media saying, this guy is now here for the fourth time. There's a changeover of president. Yet him, from where he's come from, there's been no changeover of president in that entire time. So it's always those subtle things that you see in Kenya when we're thinking of Uganda. So in a nutshell, that's a lot of the perspectives that people have. I think there are many in Kenya who believe, again, maybe rightfully or wrongfully, but there are many who believe that, who is going to be the next president in Uganda, should Mr. Museveni exit the scene, is already well known. And saw some Ugandans making fun of that fact on social media. So if you ask a Kenyan, just generally, typically that's what we think when we compare the two nations. Now, whether that is necessarily true that there's such a significant difference in terms of democracy being at play here than it is in Uganda, I mean, you can always argue with that. But at least to the ordinary eye, ordinary Kenyan, that's what they see. Now, coming to the question of the place of journalism and media, and now that we've had a transition and there's a new administration in place, I think the place of the media remains what it has always been. We need our media to step up to the plate and do the watchdog role. I've just mentioned to you that the new administration had made certain promises to the people when we were campaigning. For instance, the cost of living out here is quite high at the moment. Basic stuff. We are known for our organic food out here, and the price of bunga has gone up quite significantly over the last 1 year. So the cost of living, I mean, Kenyans are feeling the heat, and there were certain promises that were made about what would happen within the first 100 days of the administration coming in, but already that narrative has begun to change. And now we're being told maybe we need a year for things to come down. There were promises made to the women of Kenya that when we are constituting government, we will give you this particular proportion of government. And already that is being reneged. And there are many other issues we've been told that there was a killer police squad that was operating freely during the time of the last regime, and so apparently that squad has been disbanded. But what about holding them accountable for the crimes that they committed? So the role of the media remains what it should always be, and they should help us make sense of all of these things. They should help us ask these questions and get to the bottom of these questions. But there will always be a dilemma for media here in Kenya, and I guess that will also be the case elsewhere, because government is a very big source of revenue for media in terms of advertising and all that. In fact, right now, if you look at the media in Kenya, a lot of the media CEOs in Kenya are doing trips across the country meeting governors, and you can be as sure as I am that when they meet those governors and they're speaking to them, either they're looking for those county governments to pay what is owed, and at the same time they're asking for new opportunity. Now, how strongly will those media houses ask questions of those individuals if they're depending on those individuals to honor payments that are owed and also to, take up new business opportunities? So the whole question of revenue will be an important, bulwark against the ability of our journalists to practice their journalism authoritatively and independently. So it will, in a sense, it will work against that desire that a professional, an individual journalist will want to pursue a story and get to the bottom of it. But the levels higher up may not be so keen because we are expecting a pending payment from a particular government ministry or from a particular county government. So we don't want to apple the favor and interfere and therefore end up with a scenario where payments are not being made or are not being honored because of a particular story that has gone out. Yeah. So the whole question of revenue and how media houses can guarantee themselves revenue that is not tied, that doesn't come with tied strings, that will be an issue. And I'm not so sure that we have an answer to this.
Right.
The journalists here, the media houses here, struggle quite a bit even in the last administration with a lot of huge debts that government owes. And I think people in government are happy to keep those debts because then those can become leverage tools.
Yeah.
So if you want me to honor this 800 million shillings that I owe you, then you have to behave in a certain way, then you have to do certain things. So the place of revenue and how that can either help our journalism become more independent and robust and vice versa is very important.
Right.
So I think that I don't anticipate to see any significant change terms of how the journalists in Kenya practice, because the reality is that the environment, while censorship will not be overt, it is covert.
Right.
And I think the covert censorship is the one, and in fact self-censorship, which is what media houses are really practicing, is what will stand in the way of journalists being able to ask the question that they need to ask and hold power to be accountable. So that will always be an issue. I think the encouraging thing is that we have what you can consider as independent platforms. And the best example that I can give is a platform like Africa Uncensored here in Kenya. So because the kind of funding that they get is a bit more independent and therefore freeing, then they're able to ask some of the questions that your traditional media houses in Kenya may not be able to ask because of the commercial interests that are at play. So I feel that that whole point about commercial interests and the whole question of revenue and therefore how media houses can sustain themselves will work against our professional journalists when it comes to trying to hold powers that be accountable.
Right.
So we'll still end up with a scenario where the critical questions are not being answered. And we'll end up with a scenario where the powers that be, in many ways, more often than not, will be able to get away with what they are doing because no one has the independence
Right.
to stand aside and ask them the question. Thank you.
Right. Thanks a lot, Harrison. Very, very well put point. So, Charity, you seem to be out on your own a little bit here because the gentlemen are using the word reality. You seem to sound almost like an idealist now. So, your thoughts on how that feeling plays into the big picture and the future briefly, and then we'll get quick before we break for lunch.
So, if the military is in charge of Uganda, what have we been doing in the last 6 electoral cycles? What's the reality? Did we hold elections? Did we let the military be? This is soliloquy at its best. And if we look at Kenya, who has been in charge of the elections? When Uhuru was not coming back, did the army decide to choose who the next president for Kenya was, or did the army decide to defend the nation? Again, soliloquy. Allow me to talk to my soul. So what do the journalists need to do? And this one is now not soliloquy, back to the people. Journalists need to embrace accurate reporting. Why am I emphasizing accurate reporting? Many times we say the elections are regular, and the journalists report the elections are free, fair. They are regular, free, fair. Please understand that freeness and fairness have tenets to it. If you don't understand the tenets to freeness and fairness, just say the elections have been regular. Let's be accurate and deliberate in that accuracy. And then, for the sake of Uganda, the journalists will have to find a solution to our political stalemate. We have a political stalemate. We have 54 people who died according to the police report in November of 2021. They are not yet accounted for. 2020, yes. And we have, the Human Rights Watch puts it at 100 people who died, but police report says 54 people. At least can the media get government to account for those 54 lives? What has happened? Has there been justice? Because we can't go for a next process before we resolve the issues of the past process. And then, yes, maybe back to the reality and ideology of Charity. maybe the reality is, let's go Tabu's way. Let the military be. And we forget about democracy and be clear and say Uganda does not subscribe to Article 3.3b of the East African Treaty, which enjoins governments to be democratic, to promote human rights, to promote good governance. It does not subscribe to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Good Governance. Uganda does not subscribe to UN instruments on good governance, democracy, and human rights response and respect and promotion. And so Uganda is an entity on its own and is going to frame its own mechanisms of living as an independent state in an incubator, in a vacuum, without needing any association. Then there we begin to understand. It might be soliloquy back there, but this is important soliloquy to pay attention to. So as long as Uganda is a government that is enjoined by instruments which they have signed to, agreed to live by, and call themselves Pan-Africans and aspire for good things to happen, then we must be ready as the media to resolve the political stalemate. We also need to stop reporting like the opposition are enemies of the state, like what I told you about my people, the church woman who told me, I fear you. She said, I fear you. How can you even be there fighting government? You're talking democracy, you're talking good governance. But is it true I am fighting government? Is it also true that I just raise issues as they are supposed to be? Now, the media should help society to understand that this is not fighting, this is calling for accountability. The media right now has taken us into what Tabo has called Jesus and God fight. Please let us not just go on the Jesus and God fight. Let us think carefully as we begin to write the Jesus and God fight. What does Uganda want? Can we instead, as the media, push for dialogue? Can we push for 50-50 for all our people? That everybody feels, I participate, I matter, my voice matters. Except you want us, finally, to trash the constitution and say Uganda is constitutionless. I will be happy. Thank you, Ben.
Hello. Thank you. I like the concept of solidarity quite a lot. Though I must ask, if in the context of Uganda we are saying there's Jesus and God, who plays the devil? And no, I'm just asking. He's the one who used the example. You have Jesus, you have God. We know that in that mix, there's always the devil, there's Moses, there's... I know, just me and my crazy mind. Let's get some thoughts. We just have about 7 minutes before our lunch break, and we need to eat lunch on time. So I see a lot of hands. So yeah, so Tabu needs to respond to something, and then we can... It's okay, Jan, you can come. You're my deputy moderator, so after Tabu comes, Jan will then start and help run the Q&A session, which must not last more than 10 minutes.
Right, so Charity did raise the issue of media demanding accountability for lives lost in the November riots. And I'm actually very proud about that, because I think the Monitor was and still is the only media house that put names and faces to what was essential statistics. And we did the November riots, lives we lost, and we fortunately, unfortunately, published it in the last week of campaigns. And the kind of comments we got, then Chief of Defense Forces said there must be something wrong with our heads in one of the meetings. And then we were called for a meeting with the Executive Director of Uganda Communications Commission. And she looked at me and she said, these things you're writing, they're not good for the country. You're going to lead this country into total bloodshed. Why don't you just shelve these stories until after elections? And I asked her and I said, are you suggesting if you are shot now, we don't write the story until after the elections? And my managing director was very scared because he looked at me and he knows the power of Uganda Communications Commission, and we're thinking at the moment if I'm actually normal or not normal, right? So the things that we deal with that the public doesn't know makes them assume that somehow there's no pushback on many, many things, right? So there was a real attempt to stop us from running that series because they said the timing was wrong. And I said wrong was the timing of the killing right? So what is the original sin here? Is it the killing or is it the reporting? So we've had really very unfriendly conversations about these things. And we do them at a very high personal risk. You get trailed, you find cars in front of your gate. Sometimes you don't have to stay at your place. Between October and February this year, I wasn't staying at my place at all, right? But I don't come out here telling people all of these things. Otherwise, everybody's going to be scared. Agatha has come in. Those of you who don't know her, she's been going through quite some hell, yeah, for what she's doing, which is all right. So there are real dangers. These things people are theorizing about. You see, so I'm telling you, I'm a realist, because unless the tire has touched the tarmac, you actually don't know what it is, what that pressure looks like. Okay. Then, in terms of what the media can do, shape the conversations about elections. Of course, Morrison has spoken about the traditional ones. I want to be the devil's advocate in the room. Does the media have the capacity and the power to shape that conversation, right? Are we in good health to do our work? I saw the average pay, I think, from Acme report again for journalists in Uganda is, I think, $200, which we thought was really very high. Because actually, a lot more people don't get paid at all, right? Most of the people in this country saying they're journalists don't even have a contract with the employer. Nothing. There are no specified terms of business. We eat good food at the workshop and we get notepads from functions like this, right? And this way we also get pens. How are you going to tell me to ask people and that they hold them to account, using which power? Right? So this is what I'm talking about. The state of journalism in this country and the health of the media houses are such that the question should even be about we're like patience, guys. Let's be honest about these things. The majority of media people you are asking to hold other people accountable don't even have the power. They don't even have the power to fight for their own rights with their employers. They don't. And I've always argued that if you have no power to fight for your own rights, you have no business masquerading to be fighting for other person's rights. We are covering protests of pay by teachers, by I don't know, all caliber of people, except the one of journalists. What's wrong with us?
Where is the protest of the pay?
Exactly. Where is it? All right? Let me tell you, a police officer who you can say they're living in dilapidated houses. Okay, fine. At least they have some shelter, right? They don't pay electricity. They don't pay water. They might get 370,000, right? How much does the journalist get? The average journalist in this country, how much do you get? You're fighting for teachers' rights, medical interns, doctors, 2 million, 4 million, and then you go back and you earn nothing? What type of fight is that?
Okay, what type of fight is that? Important questions to us. Are we actually, if we are sick, what disease is this one? Where we are very incapacitated, but we show up and do certain things. We carry the notepads and go and use them for the work we are doing, and yet we are sick. I'm coming to some of you, but what we must understand is that elections are not just about the president. There's some serious tyranny that's going on in local governments, you know. There's an LC1 who can have more power than people who tweet. So how do we deal with that? What did they promise us? What did they promise you in the islands? Have we asked those questions? I mean, should we limit our demand for accountability to the presidential elections, or we can actually pick something out, you know? Can we get at least some basic things out of this thing called democracy, you know? And that's what I'm struggling to see, because, you know, I'm going to go back to my village, and those tyrants are actually have more power. quite a lot of power, and they're not doing anything. The roads are just looking so terrible. The hospitals are dramatic. And you mean because I'm a journalist and I'm sick, I cannot ask at least some questions? That's just some food for thought that I hope you can comment about. But yes, it's open. I'm looking for, let me start with Vincent. Yeah.
Within sanitize. Okay. Good morning. My name is Vincent. Actually, afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Vincent. Siriko from Radio 1. This discussion has brought a different perspective, or a reality perspective, like Tabu says, to a lot of things I've seen throughout the years I've practiced. But then, also a challenge to the CSOs who kind of at times play to the pace, to set the pace at times when they demand or put up any issues forward for us maybe, or the public to pick interest into. But then, when you talk about elections, I remember well when I was at Chambogo just a year ago, and Mr. Yabakama before me, and asked him, man, yes, you're giving us results, but who audits these results before you have them read out? How do they reach us here when the rest of the country is in, you remember the network and everything that happened? How do we, I asked a lot of questions about it. And all the responses he gave to me, well, I couldn't challenge beyond because we were only given the chance to ask and not maybe retaliate, weren't convincing. Yes. Post that, I expected that maybe the other players, you and the populace at that, could rise to the occasion and maybe be like, emphasize to these points. None. Now that brings a reality, like Tab says, of resignation. We must probe this narrative. Why are people resigning from participation, from picking interest into things that you think that ought to be core? You get? We need to probe this narrative. To us as journalists, we can't do it alone, because whereas the journalists have the role to set the agenda and so many other things, but remember we're not the only stakeholders playing to the interest of the country. My question to you as the CSOs, why are people resigning this much from things you think they ought to be really much participative in? You get? Then the other is to Tabu. You put it forward as one of your concluding remarks about the remuneration, things of the kind, about the journalists and where they get the audacity to put a claim to be advocates of any other if they can't stand for their own. What are you doing as our bosses to ensure media retention? We are losing a lot of talent of late. You find someone is spending just 10 years. I'm saying just because the people I grew up admiring in these newsrooms were in their 70s. People in the BBCs and everywhere. People who have spent time, they've got the experience, they have the story background at the tip. But we are losing people in just 2 decades. Someone spent in the newsroom only 20 years, only 15 years, and they're like, I'm going to be a so-and-so somewhere. What are you doing to see that we hold people, this kind of talent in the newsrooms to form the form you're talking about, or the substance you're talking about that will claim,
Thank you, Vincent. There's perhaps substance, maybe they substance doesn't have money. Joanne there. There's Joanne, and then there's Henry. Briefly, guys, so we can hear everyone's thoughts.
Okay, thank you so much. So, actually, Jan has hinted on what I want to talk about. When we talk about elections, in most cases, people are thinking of MPs, the president, and we leave out the most important, the local council elections, because these are people that are nearest to us. When you're faced with anything, these are the people that we are running to before we get to the area MPs, before we get to the president and all that. Now, talking about the media, we have done so less in regards to the local elections. Yeah, in most cases we are pumping the upper elections and we do not look at the lower elections. Mr. Tabu talked about the health of media houses. I remember when I was still active as a reporter, I would see sources giving money to reporters. Now the question I would love to pose is, how true can information from a reporter who has been paid by a source be? Wouldn't I, as a reporter, be forced to air out what my source wants rather than what has to be, put out there? And then also, it's the politicians that design how or what we air out as media houses. The agenda they want is what we drive. I have seen that with journalists. I don't know, reporters in particular, we love to be spoon-fed. Someone goes to the field and they just pick what the source has said and they put it on air. They do not question, they do not research, it is just that. So as journalists, as media houses, what are we going to do to see that we change the face of elections in Uganda?
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Henry.
Okay, first and foremost, I like the word soliloquy and I also like the realism in Tabua. But then, Jan, you talked about the local government elections, and I again thought about one of the things that has always been happening. All of you are very much aware of who is the mayor of Entebbe and which position he was during the elections and how he got to become the leader. Someone was number 3, number 4, and then at the Tally Center, he was announced winner. Is Fabrice Rulinda. And even up to now, he's still the mayor of Entebbe. If you look at even, where I like the realism, when Tabu was saying is that the army has taken over each and everything in this country. Even in Kalangala on election day, we had an army, more than 100 soldiers at the district headquarters where the Tally Center was. And it was just upon the media persons to go and fight so hard to ensure that someone is not rigged out of an election. So, I don't know, in many cases we find ourselves in a position where we have to use these cameras again to fight against election thuggery. But you don't know which position you are in as a person to do so. And it takes me to the point, which is about the pay of journalists in this country. Now, because the media is the only tool that has always been used in elections, especially at local government units, to ensure there is accountability of the returning officers and to announce the real people as winners, many of the journalists who have always been paid by different politicians will not come out. They will shy away from what is right. For instance, in Wakiso, Fabrice Rulinda wouldn't have been the mayor of Entebbe. But just after Ronald Kalema had been announced, after a spirited fight by journalists, because they wanted to also rake him out, the journalists left with Kalema. And then Fabrice and Kayanja were left to fight their own war. And Fabrice was announced winner. Only because Kayanja was not giving out much enough to the journalists. And Fabrice was quite through with his money. So the journalists couldn't even fight for what is right at that very moment in time. So who is going to as you're fighting for better pay, how are we going to start? Because it's the basic reason as to why this accountability is not even being done. When we are in the board at HRNG, we were also fighting to have a better pay of all journalists, and then we said we are going to start a spirited fight. Sempala went to NAB again, and then he was bringing out this conversation. And then no one was willing to join him to engage in such a fight to ensure that people are going to be paid much better than. So what should we do? Because the people at NAB are the people who are leading the broadcasting companies. Thank you.
Okay, so quickly, so Fabrice is doing his work and Jana is appearing to just just check on him, on what he's doing, what did he do today, what did he, okay, he may have lost the election, but you're not even asking any questions that, you know, the mayor of Entebbe promised certain things. What did he commit himself to? I know there was no social contract, but at least if he has certain obligations in paper, are we inquiring of those obligations?
Do the journalists even know what Fabrice promised?
Oh, okay.
I just needed to, I know that this is a wonderful conversation. You're going to hate me, but I really need to come to the panel because it is now 1:10, and I promised that we would go to lunch at 1. So
1 minute.
I will not give 1 minute, I'll give you 30 seconds, if you can use 30 seconds.
Okay. In terms of 30 seconds, I will not introduce myself. I want to ask food for thought.
Actually, the 30 seconds should be spent introducing yourself, if not anything
food
else.
for thought.
Mr. Mhanji.
Looking at the current context in Uganda, what is that positive we would have where we have President Museveni on the ballot and the son on the ballot? To Charity, what can the international conveners do to reshape the context we are in Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you, John. To our panel, if you can try and, I knew you've received a lot of feedback, and if you can try and summarize the things that you think have stood out for you, so we can then go and do lunch and try and pick up the afternoon session as much as we can. I don't know if we still have Harrison with us online. We do. Okay, Harrison will come to you in just a moment. Let me start with Charity and then Tabo, and then we'll go to Harrison very briefly in terms of the key wrap-ups for you.
Okay, so how does the international reshape our agenda? We are part of the international community in a sense. We do not live in a vacuum, and because of that, they can influence. However, the choice of what happens in a democratic country like Uganda remains the issue of the citizens of Uganda. Unfortunately, that is the reality, which Tabu was calling us to. Now, a case of journalists being beaten up as they cover stories, money shrouds reality. I think this is not going to go away tomorrow or the other day. Journalists will continue to be beaten up as they do election stories, and money will continue to be dished out to journalists. The question will be, if I am a journalist, am I a Ugandan? And if I am a Ugandan, what matters more? Me reporting this story as a journalist who has received money, or me reporting this story as a Ugandan who wants my nation to go ahead? And by the way, I'm very happy to see people of sign language here. We have elections usually of special interest group elections, and these are always relegated. And somebody was asking, what can we do to improve our processes? I think like Kenya, who have 47 governors, and those governors make money and drive development in those regions. We have an article in our constitution that talks about regionalization. I think if we make this big, we can change a few things in terms of how our nation goes forward. There was a question on people are no longer interested in elections. The first question from Vincent, and he said there is a decline, a total decline, people are disinterested. And I want to agree that generally from all the research that has been done by Afrobarometer and many other democracy actors, there is a decline in the love for democracy. You have also seen the UK tested on its own democracy, and they're saying the decline is to a very bad rate of about 40% decline in love for democracy worldwide. So it's not only affecting Uganda, and I think it is affecting Uganda as well, because you don't seem to see what you, the voter, went to do. And so as a result, you feel like, I don't want to be part of the electoral process. But so what is the solution? Should we go to war? Should we let the military be? Those were the soliloquy questions that I was asking. Should we then trash the constitution? What do we need to do? We need to agree on this, and that's why I said the media now needs to push the agenda to be dialogue. Let us have deep conversation on these things everywhere. Let's push for dialogue. Let's push the unitization which the president was talking about. He told Mao to make sure he works towards dialogue with all political forces. I'll tell you that Tanzania was in a space where we are right now. When Magufuli was there was no observer, there was no media, everything was closed. When Suluhu came on board, she started by saying political parties should talk with her. She opened up the space, and then she said she put up a committee, which she said, go find out how do we work better in a multi-party dispensation. And right now there's a bit of room to have discussion on the political scene in Tanzania. We can achieve this if we continue to push the space for conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Itabu, and then we'll finish with Harrison.
Yes, so the question of high attrition in newsrooms is absolutely correct, and I'm not sure that the answer lies with the journalists rather than the economic circumstances. On the issue of let's focus, why do we focus on just the president and what about everyone else? Let's come back both from Jan and from Joan. Joan is actually my daughter, so for those of you who thought that this gray beard is just for fashion, you now know it's not. The thing is this, when there was a question of is Uganda democratic, I said yes and no, right? So yes, because, and I pointed that out, that there's renewal of leadership at various levels and the different levels of accountabilities from LC1 to LC3, mayors, town council chairpersons, district leaders, and so forth, and members of parliament. And we have seen where some have not performed, they've been thrown out. And I just said, what appeared to be a permanent and pensionable position in the election cycle is one, right? Now, the presidency is an international commodity. It's not just a national position. For those of us who have spent time on international relations and security studies, you actually realize that the things that shape the country's leadership may be what you have never actually thought about. It may not even be within your control. So the forces, the invisible forces at play that we never really get to talk about in conversations like this are very powerful. And they can decide precisely that the wrong person becomes your president and they keep the person in power for all of your time when you're complaining, and they'll give you money to complain while keeping the person you're complaining about in power. So you are very busy fighting one another and they're doing exactly what their interest requires. And this is what we don't understand in the relationship between civil society and the presidency. So actually in Uganda, Museveni and the civil society are good for each other. For the powers that are funding civil society organizations, right? So they keep complaining about everything wrong that Museveni is doing. And those powers also keep Museveni in power. So you're not doing anything else. You're just talking to one another in an ecosystem, but you don't know what else those people are doing. That's the examination.
And yet you both have the same boss.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You see, you still have the same boss, but you're complaining, right? This is what happens in the country. Now let's look at presidential elections as the international commodity and not the local. It's just not local elections. What can the media do? There was a question about if journalists get money from sources, can they be trusted to be? Of course, he who pays you controls you. I think that's just straightforward. Should journalists be picking money? No. Are they picking money? Yes. What should the media houses do? First of all, I and Charity have a lot of banter. When I was coming in, she said, you see, you have arrived exactly at the right point because there was a conversation here about dinosaurs and the dinosaur has arrived. So I've been in the newsroom for a long time that I don't know if I'm the past, if I'm the present, or if I'm the problem. Right? But we think that it's important to have institutional memory to inform, how to just alert people about where we're coming from. Yeah. I think one of the things Morrison was raising is we tend to approach every election as if this was the first of its kind, right? Because there's no institutional memory. I can guarantee you that by the time we go to the next election, if it happens in 2026, maybe half of the people who covered the elections of 2021 will not be there. They will have moved on, right? So you have new guys. Yes, true for them, that's the first election they're covering, which is why they're covering it the way it is as if it is the first election. So they're also right. So everybody is right, okay, in that sense. So the question of retention is well, now I am both a reporter and an editor, so from where I sit, there are certain functions within the media house that are really not is meant pointing out questions for story, not retreating story. But the workers to remain at the company is the editor's control. right? And that is really the core reason why many of the people are leaving the newsrooms.
Yeah.
I every day. In fact, we left
Douglas,
another
can you-
reporter just last week.
Sorry, just a moment. Douglas,
Yeah.
can you fiddle with
We-
the area just a little
right?
bit? I think
So
our receiver for the mic.
I had invested of them, right? Teas who left the newsroom. In fact, in one of the cases, I looked for a job for the person because there's just all these things of staff ceiling. So I knew there was no way the person was growing, but they were very good. Now, if I'm the editor and I know you're very good, there's no staff ceiling where you can get more money. What do I do? Keep you there? No. So me, I recommend a job, and he left, right? Which is a very sad thing for me to do because we have talent in the newsroom, but by the time I, who benefits from the person's expertise, is doing what.
Yeah.
Amos Ngomoya, who had become one of our most reliable investigative journalists, including this one here of the 9 billion, where the IGG says they are going to give the monitor 420 million, resigned. So he's had to leave, right? He's left with another big story, right? Which, well, he has transferred that we're yet to assign, but this is what I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
So I'm not a happy person at all. I'm a very frustrated person. Because even the stories you think are big stories that should annoy people enough to take action, no one is taking action. They're not even buying the paper, let alone even taking action. So, but
they're not even getting angry.
You think you're taking a lot of risk on behalf of everyone else. So then you begin to ask yourself, am I the idiot? Is everyone else the idiot? So you don't know. All right? So this is the situation in which we are really in the newsroom, because Chigundu here will tell you some of the stories they have done, and you really think this story is big enough and should provoke people to some action. Nothing.
It's going to shake up the whole
Nothing.
country.
The guys go and eat their matoke, they eat their kalo, they go and sleep. So the question is, are we actually as important as we think we are?
Right.
If we were not journalists, would we be discussing these issues the way we are doing now? Right? So maybe we are just in an echo chamber, we are just somewhere in a special space, and we think that's where we are, and that we are very important. That's very, very important. Guys, I don't get the sense that is the case. Last three things. What should the media houses do? Yes, in addition, they should do tracking. Right now, I would recommend when we get midway, the 5-year period, we can then decide to do.
Okay. Well, it has stood out for you that you want to leave us with. If you're online, we'll get that from you before we break off for lunch. Do you still have Harrison? Okay, looks like we've lost Harrison. That's fine. We'll then move on. We are running. Oh, there you are, Harrison. I can see you. Right. So, any parting shots from you?
Yes. Just very quickly, I think for me the point to appreciate, and which I think everyone of us should, is that the work of democracy, at least in this part of the world, the work of democracy is a long-term thing. I don't think we will make very quick strides as we would like to. But I think the role of media, the work of
No, thank you. Very well said. Harrison Manga, Country Director for MFA in Kenya. Thanks a lot for joining us. A big thank you to Charity and Tabu as well, and for the passion. I think Tabu has made my day so far, saying that whole idea of you go and do such a big story and you think you're going to change the world, and then it turns out that people are just using newspaper to, light sigiris and without even having read the story. So obviously lots of reflection for us to do. Yeah, no. This conversation can continue over lunch. Just go and do a quick lunch as it was yesterday. Please eat little and eat quickly so we can come back early. Being a Friday, we want to try and make sure we can finish early enough so we can go and have a lovely weekend together, right? So as always, you pass by Oscar. Also, in case you came in a little bit later and hadn't registered, we please pass by Oscar. When you get your lunch coupon, please register. Otherwise, he will have to pay from his own pocket for that lunch. Let's not torture the poor man. So please help him and register if you haven't. Otherwise, any coupon he gives out that doesn't have a name will be a problem for him. So please do register if you hadn't done that yet. And then let's go down and have a quick lunch and try and be in the room. If possible, I beg, if possible, latest by 5 past 2, so we can do our afternoon session. We're going to be talking about the Computer Misuse Act and the implications of journalism for that. Agatha is already here with us in the room. She's going to be on our panel. She's a freelance journalist and a human rights activist and lawyer. And then, of course, we'll also have Edwin Wanyama, who is a legal officer with CIPESA, one of our big partners for the Media Week this week. And then we'll talk about digital inclusion, where we'll be talking about closing the gaps for journalism and increasing reporting for the marginalized. And we'll have a wonderful panel for that as well after lunch. So please don't make me come and chase you out of your chairs. At the moment I get off this microphone, in fact, not even before, now, please stand, go, get your coupon, register if you haven't. Let's go down and have a meal together. Bon appetit. make as brief but interesting as possible, and they are very powerful sessions. One will be on digital inclusion and closing the gaps for journalism. That will start in about an hour from now, on what we can do to increase support and reporting for the marginalized. But our first session in the afternoon that will feature the Computer Misuse Act. This, of course, is a hot potato, and what the implications of this are for journalism will be led by someone whose, I think, blue ticks are in danger. She's a freelance journalist, human rights activist, and lawyer. Please welcome Agatha Atire as she joins me on the platform. And she'll be joined by one of our partners, the legal officer at CIPESA, Edrin Wanyama, who is in the room as well. Please give him a big, big hand clap as he comes. And so we can have a wonderful discussion on the Computer Misuse Act, the things that we know, the things that we don't, and most importantly, what the implications for journalism are. And of course, we want to encourage our online audience. Thank you for being with us and for joining us. And we're going to be taking a look at this through your eyes as well, so you can be able to get in touch via Twitter, hashtag MediaWeek2022, as well as hashtag journalism, so we can be able to keep track with you and enjoy a wonderful discussion on this powerful topic of the Computer Misuse Act 2022, which has been passed into law. It's raised concerns, of course, about freedoms of expression, as we know, as well as access to information. So what are the things that we should know? What does it mean for us? And way forward. So I'll start with you, Agatha. No one has probably read this thing more than you have, because if anyone is likely to fall you can use mine. I think it might be a bit louder.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you to the audience for being here. I think what Ben should have said is that not that I might be the target. I was the inspiration for that bill, and for that act. Now, someone thought the only way to stop people like this that are snooping around while we do what we want to do is by... So normally I actually like to talk about the behind the scenes of that bill. So it comes up, and I think the first time we saw Honorable Nsereko on TV when he almost fought with we could tell he can't even defend it. So Nsereko, from what we know, this I say here because I have no proof for it if I can't say anywhere else, was asked to take it up, or paid money actually.
We can just add a disclaimer and say it is said.
Yeah,
right.
Alleged or
Alleged
something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
But see, things before I say them, I have gotten enough corroborative evidence to actually show that. So when it comes up, it goes to the ICT committee. So it is alleged it was sponsored by the speaker. The ICT committee is chaired by her husband, Honorable Magogo. So what happens was, and Edrin is here, he must be one of those people. Edrin and I petition state and many others. So what happens is that the committee had 18 stakeholders for it. All the 18 stakeholders rejected that bill. All the 18, including from government. Attorney General, police, everyone said, I think some said at best that it's unnecessary, it's a duplication of many other laws that provide for the things they want to provide, while others said it's really repressive and all that. Now, parliamentary processes work in stakeholders, you put their views. Yeah. There. Ah, okay, okay. So, right. So all these 18 stakeholders say we don't need a law like this, but the committee ignores those proposals. What was worse, even after all the stakeholders had been interfaced with, is that at report writing level, they actually add another clause that wasn't part of the bill. Social media wasn't part of the bill. Social media did not come up during the interface with the. So they add it. By the time they add it, the MP for Maugola, Honorable Gorete Namuga, had authored a minority report. So there was a minority report before there was a main report. Now so the story goes that time they were being told to add the social media clause. When it comes to the floor of Parliament, by the time it comes, Honorable Nsereko is not around, and they ask someone else to. I still know that he was really cajoled into taking it up, Honorable Chimosho. When it is tabled in Parliament, the Speaker asks, who are the seconders? And she counts people and says, I see Honorable Katesh, I see Omara, I see who. All of you people should be supporting this bill. Now, this is the Speaker. The role of the Speaker is supposed to be a referee, an impartial person who is just sort of, what's the word, moderating the debate. So she says, all of you should actually support this bill unless you haven't been abused on social media and stuff like that. So it goes on, and there's where she asks, I think Namuga that day got a hard time, the Honorable that authored a minority report alone. She was really, they were hostile to her in the House. So at some point, if you watch that video, you can see it all, and that's why I said it corroborates everything we have had in the background. So they ask her on a certain clause and say, what do you have to say about it? And Honorable Namuga says, I disagree with the penalty. The penalty is too harsh. Because unless this hasn't happened, if it were me, it would have even been tougher than that. They continue, and someone raises an issue about procedure and this being a question of court, and she still says, let them go to court if they want. Even these judges have been abused. Let's see how they will decide. Now, for me, that's actually the most important. We don't even have to look at many other things. That we have a Speaker of the House who clearly takes a side in that manner, and debate is that someone who has a dissenting view faces hostility like that. Now, after giving you that background, I will talk about the clauses. So we have clauses that really, really affect journalists the most, but this bill affects everyone. If it affects anyone who writes on social media, it really clearly affects everyone. So there's a clause about unauthorized access, that if you publish information that you got without authorized access, that's criminal. Now, authorized access means that if I am a journalist and I'm writing a story about the president or the first son or the vice president or the speaker, I have to get their permission to get that information and write it. I don't know if there's anyone that can do journalism in that manner. No. So I'll give you. No, authority. Like authority. Are you authorized to get that information? So I'll give you an example. When I wrote about the cars that were purchased at 2.8 billion, the biggest case, and I have a report. There was a report, a CID report against me, and the person they thought had given me information. And in that report, the biggest question was Agatha's Agatha's case would be that she got information without unauthorized access. She did not have authorized access to that information. And that report is there. The word authorized access repeats itself all through. When this bill came up, a friend of mine there says, the only thing it lacks is your name for you to know that it is targeting you. But of course, in the end, even if it came to target me, it will be a law for everyone, for everyone. So I hope Ben and the audience understands now in that sense what authorized access means. That I did not have authority to get information about those cars, to get the letter I published and the bidding document. The other one is unsolicited information. That you cannot publish information. We all know what soliciting means. So for me to publish anything, Idris Chigund must first tell me that I am soliciting, that you publish this information. That affects not only journalists, but also, so you talk about things like hate speech, things like malicious and misleading information. The thing is, these things are so ambiguous, are so subjective. Who can tell what hate speech is or malicious and misleading information? Anyone can interpret and say this information was. So we are actually, there's a big problem. There's a big problem. And for us as journalists, that we are going to get problems doing our work in finding information. We are going to get problems publishing it. You will publish it and know that now I am a criminal. It's criminal, really, that you can't get up and write, and people will say, yeah, it was unsolicited, so it's criminal. So in the end, when they added social media, they said anyone who publishes prohibited information or that they had prohibited above on your social media. So it won't be that you have published it in the Monitor, the Independent, but even if you went...
If I take a screenshot of the Monitor with that information and put it on my social media.
You have published.
Oh,
you
wow.
have published. So that's what it is.
Edwin, one of the biggest things that organizations like CIPESA and other civil society organizations, lawyers have been up in arms over this. Before anything else was just the language and letter of the bill, then we now got an act. How does something like that be allowed to happen when you can clearly see that even just the wording is just completely, by any standards, unacceptable?
All right, thank you very much for the question. It becomes very hard to speak after hearing what you've heard. But personally, I want to take it from an objective angle. One, I want to note that, first of all, this law came in, on a personal note, even as CIPESA, even when you look at the comments we presented to Parliament, we don't actually say that the law in its totality is bad. Okay? Why? Because when we read the bill and did the analysis, one of the things we discovered is that, well, the Computer Misuse Act was enacted in 2011, so a lot of time had passed, and probably there was need to have an amendment or a review of the law. But our approach to this was that this amendment or review should have been so comprehensive to address the more biting issues than what actually it looked into. The second thing was that some of the contentious provisions in the Computer Misuse Act that were being used to either target some human rights defenders, online activists, that was section 24 and 25, were a matter of constitutional challenge or requesting for constitutional interpretation by the Uganda Law Society. And emphasize that at least they should have actually looked at those instead of bringing in new provisions altogether. Yeah, so that is it. Maybe he asked a question which I cannot directly ask, but let me just give a glimpse of what I would like to invite all of you. I don't know how many of you have had access to the Computer Misuse Amendment Act 2011. The copy was all over social media. I hope all of you, the one that was assented to by the President. I would request that you look at it. You have to look at the provisions critically for you to know the impact that it has on your media practice. Because some of the provisions, they have those exceptions. For example, she was talking about unsolicited information. So when you're talking about unsolicited information, when can you actually fall a victim? Those are some of the things I'd actually prepared to speak about. So I'll request that I briefly delve into that, showing you what that means for you as journalists and everybody else. One, this bill introduced the aspect of hate speech, okay? There's something to do with hate speech, which was not quite expressed in the Penal Code Act, and that provision tried to be so specific on what it is. For me, if this provision had been addressed well, it would have been a good one, because countries, states, governments, including our own government, had started weaponizing the context of hate speech and disinformation, limit and curtail the general freedoms that you enjoy. So it would have actually given us certainty on the extent and scope to which the state can actually go. But this, of course, did not fall as expected. In short, you should expect the following as journalists when you're dealing with the Computer Misuse Act. One, it limits aspects of, or it limits journalism, including investigative journalism. She talked about unsolicited information. When you read unsolicited information in the law, you'll discover they will speak, I don't know, anyone has the act so we can probably look at it, because I wouldn't want to live here when people are still having questions about what exactly, because my job here was to tell you what it means for you and what you must be aware of so that you do not mess up. Yeah? I have it here. Should I read for you what it means? Okay, so let me open the law and I read for you. I wouldn't want to be misquoted. Yeah? Yeah. Yes. One, okay, let me go to, this is unsolicited information. Section 28B, introduced by Section 3 of the Computer Misuse Amendment Act. A person shall not send to or share with another person unsolicited information through a computer unless the sharing or the sending or sharing of unsolicited information is in the public interest. Have you heard that? Then the next subsection describes the penalty, which is so harsh that we are speaking about. And then the last one, after our engagements and comments, they say, for purposes of this section, unsolicited information means information transmitted to a person using the internet without the person's consent, but does not include unsolicited commercial information. So when you read clause 1, or subsection 1 of the section, yes, they bar the unsolicited information is that information which most of you as journalists rely on, information which you're not getting from the primary source. And most of the journalists actually mainly depend on unsolicited information. The challenge we have here is what is public interest and how far does public interest go? The challenge would come in when particular individuals who are probably the untouchables, even if you disclose, for example, the information she talked about cars, do you think that information was in public interest? Yes? So it was.
So but who determines that information is in public interest or not?
Yeah, that is why I was posing the question that you need to be very careful. For example, if you publish about me, who will even bother about you? Who knows me anyway? They will probably not even bother unless I myself start to make noise and say, this what is published is wrong. But if you publish about my colleague here now that she's known, that even the law is targeting her, then you know that at least she's a known person. So that should ring a bell in your head that what are you publishing and against who? That will then cause the alarm. The second thing is about freedom of expression. When you read the Computer Misuse Act, you know, as journalists, you must express yourselves, you must disseminate information, you must access information, and there should be no chilling effect on how you exercise some of these rights. But when you read the major provisions of the Computer Misuse Act, know that there are clear limitations as to how you can actually express yourself or write, even in terms of creativity of content that you want to put forward. The other one is privacy of communication and the journalism practice. All of you, there's a provision which talks about disguised, the misuse of social media, and it says that anybody who posts information after disguising yourself, maybe to be another person, okay, or to be an object or whatever it is, then you have to be held liable. So how will they know that you've disguised yourself? How you can disguise yourself is either by backing on encryption or using VPNs, okay? If you use those, the presumption is that you'll not be known or no one will know what you're doing. I'm saying disguise. But also, that very provision introduces an aspect of that the offenses committed will be deemed to have been committed by natural persons. You and me know that artificial intelligence has come and is with us. Artificial intelligence denotes the use of machines, computers that are very highly intelligent to do and perform tasks that would have otherwise been performed by human beings. You all know that there are clone social media accounts, there are clone Twitter accounts that people use, and something can be attributed to you. The essence of the provision is to ensure that if something is attributed to NBS and whoever posted it will not be identified. So what do? Target the CEO of NBS, target the person who manages the social media account of NBS. So here what it means is that you have to be very careful because the law in terms of application is so wide. The ambits are so wide. Its wings are so huge that you cannot escape them. So you have to be very careful with the content that you put forward. And of course, that was the main reason as to why the law was enacted.
Yeah. And so, and I wanted to bring in Agatha on this because, again, we've seen this previously with the Public Order Management Act, right? Does it become one of those things where literally, okay, fine, we passed the law, but it was there very quiet. It's like a sleeper. I think I like to call it a sleeper law. So it's only when Agatha says something that I don't like, I basically have a basis to pick you up, and then, because if you look at the Public Order Management Act, for example, by and large, there are people who do things that technically would violate that law, but no one is going to be bothering them until it's touching a particular...
Until it's a person they... Because there's a time the former really was biting. But also some of the clauses in that act were later nullified. So maybe that's why. But yeah, there's an instance in this country that the laws are applied or enforced discriminatively. That if it is someone that is not a threat to you, in this case, in the Poma case, it was really mainly for Kizza Besigye, except that it later beat the one who championed it. And even this one, we like I said, we are challenging it. There are people who already even filed their petitions in court. It might go down in history as the most challenged law. In fact, I was wondering with the people we want to challenge it with, whether we should all individually go so that the court is overwhelmed and says, yeah, this is... But
you basically spam the court.
Yeah, so that's, I don't know, the last meeting I wasn't able to attend it. Adrian can tell us, because my viewers, should we all go individual by individual, by organization, so that we get there and the court finds itself with more than 100 petitions? Or should we help the court now and we just go one petition but it still has 100 petitioners? So in that case, you find that these laws, we like move from a bad place to a worse one. For example, I had much hope that the wouldn't assent to it. There's someone who laughed at me and said, by the time you have hope in the president, because previously our hope would be in the parliament, that when the president something, the parliament.
But it won't pass that bottleneck.
Exactly.
Right.
But now you're hoping that the president who has brought the most unpopular laws and whatever we've seen, local, we've seen what, is now the one we had hopes in to say, no, this can't pass. Because when you look at it, it really defeats logic. That MPs sit and pass a law that says, don't publish unsolicited information. We have a constitution in this country that's the grand norm that they tell us is like the most supreme, that guarantees my right to expression. You know, there's a court, the Supreme Court here in Andrew Menda and Onyango Bo's case about false information, talked about freedom of expression, and the court defined it and said freedom of expression means I have the freedom to impart, receive, disseminate information. And it does not say what information I should, like any information, like it doesn't put a limit to what information I should. And Justice Mulenga in that case said we actually should protect more people who have unpopular opinions. You cannot gag me and say that this clause of the Constitution says you can only disseminate or impart information about a particular thing. Right. So to see that we had MPs that would get up and enact a law like that. So I thought the president would say, no, this is causing me and myself unnecessary trouble. I shouldn't, because, well, but that's what happened. So
what happens when a law either contradicts another or contradicts the Constitution, which obviously seems to be the case now, right?
If it's the Constitution, Article 2 of the Constitution says it's the supreme law of the land, and any law that is inconsistent with it is null and void.
Right.
So it's as if null and void means like it can't work.
We don't recognize it.
So that's how it becomes a question of constitutional interpretation, because it's the Constitutional Court that can declare it that.
From what I'm hearing both of you say, it's almost a no-brainer that this won't be able to. Suggesting is basically that the law is a non-starter, right?
But you see, the law is interpreted also in accordance to people's interests. For example, you know that the initial law itself, the Computer Misuse Act of 2011, there are several petitions against it. They have never been heard. That's the first tactic. So even here, what if they say we will take 10 years to hear it, and the Agathas, the Bens, everyone would have been to jail?
Under that law, in the meantime.
Yeah, but what as the petitioners were thinking of doing was to get an injunction that it is not implemented until it is heard. But, you know, The speaker, every time this has come up of people saying, but these laws are going to be thrown out, or these processes, we haven't followed procedure. She has said so many times, must be 4 or 5 that I've heard, saying, let them go to court, let us give court work. I don't know who else has heard that. I've even ever put that video on Twitter. Let us give court work. Owinidoro is there. And the other day when I put on Twitter people that were given jobs, I highlighted Owinidoro's daughter and said, yeah, and this is the person she tells us to go. So we are at a stage where we have no confidence in these institutions. And a law is a double-edged sword. Anyone can interpret it the way it suits them. So we cannot take it for granted and say it's a no-brainer when we live in this country. If we lived in Kenya, earlier I saw you guys discussing, and the guy in Kenya was feeling sweet on us and saying, for us, we are far ahead. So if we are in Kenya, I would say it's a no-brainer. It would never work. When it came up, Raymond Mujuna and I held the Twitter space conversation. And among the speakers, we had invited an investigative journalist from Kenya called John Allan Nam to speak at that space. And the question Raymond put him was, how do you maneuver things like those? John Allan said, guys, don't compare oranges and tomatoes. We have never seen that. Said, for me, mine is to condole with you. Like, it was as if we had lost.
It was almost as if saying, don't compare whiskey with Kasese.
He said, my condolences. You are like dealing with the full-blown dictatorship that I've never seen. So in other countries, I would have said, we have a chance at throwing this out. Right. But here, no, you are not sure about that.
So here's the challenge, and Edwin can come in on this, and then we'll get a perspective from Benson Ongom, who has been with us the last 2 days, but had to dash back to Guru this morning. But we have a video that is recorded that we'll go to in just a little bit. And the thing here, Edwin, is that say what we may, say what Agatha may, call it a dictatorship, whatever you want to call it, if this has now become law, you're going to have a hard time trying to convince anybody otherwise, because, again, anyone in the establishment is able to now use this and say, look, we have a law, right? How dangerous is that for us as a country now?
That is how dangerous the law is.
Yeah, and because it is the law, right?
Okay, yeah. So, all that said, please be very keen with each and every or each specific provision of the Computer Misuse Act, because it has underlying issues that will affect you, that will affect your mother, your father, your children, your relatives, for as long as they have access to a computer or use a phone to share information online and so on. So for as long as you probably step on the toes of someone that you're not supposed to, then it is a problem. This law duplicated quite a number of provisions. Duplication might not have been a problem as such. Of course, we agree. But for example, the provision on sharing or unauthorized sharing of information relating to children, yeah, that provision, everybody will say, yes, that's a very good provision. You know? It's there in the Children Act, in the Data Protection and Privacy Law. But I told you again that we're in a digital era, so be very careful. Recently, there's a video that was flying around of, I think, in a nursery school. I think these teachers got children engaged in some form of sexual activity and then decided to record them, okay, saying, please do what you're doing. I'm going to cane you if you don't do it. So the children started doing what they were doing. And then the other one was the undressing of some fake woman who is a man who wanted to be a woman, being undressed to being naked. Remove this now, the final one. And you know, until the man was what? Completely naked. Okay?
Until the woman was a man.
Yes. So some of these things, you'll discover that there is what we call child pornography. Those people should have actually been charged with child pornography if they were to be got. But now, out under this law, if you are actually targeted as a journalist, and then there's what we call deep fakes in social, in disinformation.
AI and yeah.
Artificial intelligence. They make a video of such a kind and probably attach your voice to it or attach your face to it, that you're the one doing it, and then at the end of the day, you're the victim. In other platforms where I am, there's a global coalition on encryption. A parent took a picture of the child's genitals to send to their doctor for advice. So, but they used Google, and part of the requirements of internet intermediaries, they're supposed to take all the measures to ensure that this content does not flow because it's violating rights of the child. So these guys were, their accounts were automatically blocked off Google. Even when they went to court, they said, okay, we understand this was the issue. I think by last month, Google had not yet restored their account. The other thing that we have to do is, she talked of petition. One of the things we always talk about is collaborative digital rights litigation, where, for example, too many voices count as opposed to one voice. So if you go along, she's talking about one person going. Yes, you can all file petitions, but at the end of the day, court will, of course, amalgamate all of them and come up with only one petition and handle it at a go. So let's see how we can move forward, especially you, the journalism movement, to see that we do a litigation that can bring these issues to an end.
Right. So let's take a quick look at that video from Benson. Let's get a perspective of one of our practicing journalists. Benson is the NBS bureau chief in northern Uganda, and we got him to sit down and record something short for just about 2.5 minutes before he left for Gulu this morning. So we'll take a quick look at that and then come back and get some questions. I'm sure you have some questions and some thoughts. I should point out to you that sitting before you, these two people on the panel with me are probably the foremost experts on this particular issue. As you've heard Agatha saying, she's the reason why we have this law, so she's responsible for our problems. So she might as well answer any questions you might have about this and how to get out of this mix for us, if we can get out of this mix, right? Let's listen to Benson. I think the volume on the computer might be muted. Right. Thanks a lot, Benson. So, Agatha, I'll come to you briefly and then we'll open it up to everyone else. Obviously, sounding very brave, right? Saying, don't be scared, go ahead, do your work. You and I know that it probably doesn't work like that, right?
Yep.
The reality is a little bit different, right?
Yes. I agree with him on continue to do your work. But don't be scared. You can't help it. You can't...
Continue to do your work, but know that you are basically walked into a war zone.
Exactly. And I tell people now in this... We are sure that very soon they will say, if you breathe, you would go to jail or we'll kill you. So
it can't be that bad.
No, but if someone is saying unsolicited information, Ben, that now I can't write on Twitter before someone first asks, Agatha, share with us this. How outrageous can things be here?
Right.
So being scared, it comes naturally. That I tell people, especially about the threats I've been facing, that the issue about threat is that it doesn't even have to be real. You just have to feel it. You just, even if it's not there, but if you start feeling is in danger, that it's bad enough. So being scared, we are scared. We have been scared for a while in this country now. So you write something and you drive home looking through the windows, the mirrors, and you get out and, the scare is there. But what I agree with him on is, can we stop doing that?
Right.
In 2015, I think I interviewed Dr. Besige for the first time, and I always had a question that I'd wanted to ask him for a long time. I asked him, you can afford to go at home and sit. You have enough to live on. They tell us about his businesses and stuff. Why do you not do that, but continue to be roughed up, sprayed, beaten, jailed? Why? Things are not changing. And he said, if you know Runyankore, I'm going to tell you a proverb in Runyankore which says, if you don't have enough sun to dry your millet, you will keep roasting it on the fire. And for me, it really, really impacted me a lot that we cannot just go get scared. Okay, we will get scared, but we will not act on being scared. Because if we do that, someone will have to stand up to these bullies. Someone will have to keep questioning these leaders because we put them there. They spend taxpayers' money.
Did you though?
Did we put them there?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just asking a question.
The majority did. I
Right.
didn't vote for them. But the majority, which is what democracy goes with,
Right.
did. So, okay, they can choose and say, let's work for those who put us there. And we'll
Right.
Yeah, but that's what I agree with him on, that we cannot, in fact, we should all write, and they throw all of us in jail. Yeah? And I think the more
would it be something like that you think?
First wait, the more we are in jail,
Right.
the more outrageous it will look for everyone, both here and internationally.
Yes, I wanted to ask about that in particular.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to take that level of audacity where you have a class action, behavior by journalists where you all, it would take quite a lot of coordination to be able to get enough information because you need to first be able to write factual stories, but almost deliberately do them in a way that will provoke the law, right?
But
Is it to that extent?
It doesn't have to be deliberately to provoke them. It just asks that we know what this law came for. We know
Right.
the reasons and the intentions.
Right.
And we are saying if this law has come to protect the parliament, we are going to report about parliament the way we are supposed to. Last night, for example, they passed loan requests in another controversial way, where people said no and the speaker said the ayes have it. Yeah, yes, it happened. So we go and report that the majority voices were no. And this is what is supposed to happen, because if in parliament there are no's and you don't think they outweigh the ayes, the rules of procedure provide for a way of ascertaining that.
Right.
You put those that are saying no on one side and those that are saying yes on the other. So if for her it wasn't clear, there was another way she could have
maybe
verified.
It's your mics that didn't catch the eyes properly.
Whatever the case, us as journalists, we go and report that this and these MPs have done this and that, and the speaker has, so that if they are angry that we are publishing unsolicited information, or that we did not have authorized access to that footage, then we go. That's
right.
The other thing I think Benson said that I agreed with him on was about President Museveni being tolerant, and that informed hope that he wouldn't assent to it, because I think he had seemed to see that if I let these people go on social media and vent, it would stay there. So at least they had allowed us that freedom. Not any other, but they had allowed that we go and complain about bad roads and complain about how he blocks the roads and we sit in jam all day. So I had thought, but of course he also grows as the longer he stays. So I think we should all stand together. The standing together is hard because we are a very, very timid society. We are there's structural fear in this country that we need to first deal with. I just shared a picture on Twitter earlier where the Speaker of Parliament was meeting parliamentary reporters, and they were bowing like this. And she had, in that meeting, told them to stop, to report responsibly, or else the Computer Misuse Act will catch up with them. So in a state like that, where we really worship leaders, how are we going to question them? How are we going to hold them accountable? If we had a population that is aware of that.
Right.
Because I think there's power. The power is in numbers. The power that we all have is in numbers, that we all get up and do. It should have started with the protest march of journalists, of Ugandans, of everyone who knows that I will write something and I will go to jail for it. Make no mistakes. This will not, if it is interpreted the way we interpret it, it will not affect only journalists. It will affect every single person.
Because anybody who has a grudge against you can be able to use this and then come after you.
Exactly.
No, I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, and one of the things that was highlighted is the fact that there's very little unity amongst the journalists. So obviously that in itself becomes a big challenge. Right. Great context. Time to hear from the room. There's already a hand up. You know the rules now, but I'm sure. Can I have someone help me move the mic around? And so we'll start there. We'll go around the room. We will only try and give this not more than 10 minutes, so try and use not more than 40 seconds. Tell us who you are, question or comment, and then let's go around the room so we can get ready for our next session about inclusivity. That's very important.
All right. My name is Alex Tarima. I used to be a journalist. I work at the Uganda University now.
You're the people who are talking about who abandoned.
Yeah. So, first of all, I want to congratulate Agatha and everyone who is standing up against this law. And I also want to say perhaps the hope that you had in the president as the last stopgap for this law was a bit too much. Personally, I felt that of all the laws he signed that day, the one he couldn't wait for was that one. You know, his appetite must have been wet before it got to the table.
And Alex, I must warn you that this conversation is online.
Yes, I'm saying this with my computer closed because no one will say use.
I'm just saying that the law might become active. So be aware of that.
Yes, but the fact is there are so many incidents in the past in which people within the industry have challenged unjust laws and won. And she mentioned one of them, Andrew Mwenda and Onyango Bo. And I think the judges back in the day, Justice Mulenga, God rest his soul, had the presence of mind to understand that even in any other society, an unjust law is a bad law for everyone. And I wish that there were so many voices, as she said, that can stand up against some of these laws, because If we allow one to just go through now, appreciating that the parliament that we have is not exactly the most, add a bleep there because I can't say that word, we are going to find ourselves in a situation where even if it is someone else speaking, you as a person, you have to mumble within your own thumb to say something, even if it's, because assuming I'm talking to you and you haven't solicited this information to come to you,
right,
you can sue me because that's what the law says, the person, not particularly an industry per se.
Right.
So congrats, Agatha, and I know that if we push, we can have this law repealed, or at least this clause is removed.
Right. Let's just come to the front. Please remember to make it brief.
Mine is just a question.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, we all may be schooled in journalism, and we know that the foundation of the millennium, these journalists we have now, are all hinged into the Mulenga judgment. Can't I just pride on that and do my business and leave whoever to run with their computer misuse as they wish, provided, because I have this as a precedent. No,
Right.
will anyone touch? Really, I'm waiting.
Well, yeah, the question is, would you be able to answer that question from Chitalia or from the comfort of your home? There's only one way to find out. I think the question there for me to Edwin and Agatha would be, are there any ways to work around this law? Is there? We've seen some very clever people on Twitter who have been able to say things where you know exactly what they are saying without, saying. Is that something that would probably be a way to work around this? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Omara Roni. I work for QFM in Lira and also do online content management for TND News and online publication. Before the campaign, I was running an online campaign. Let me use the word high, but as a consortium, and I was the one tasked with the developing the information. It was called Save the Messenger UG, that hashtag. Now, it ran for 1 week, and I must say we were also using secondary sources or third-party sources from the Daily Monitor, pictures of Akena being beaten, journalists being roughed up by police. It only ran for 1 week. It was supposed to go for 1 week. The first week, we received a call. Why are you publicizing this? And the main sponsor by then, all those ones behind it, GIZ, the officials were tasked to explain why are they fighting the government in per se, in bracket there. Why? So they had to tell us, please pull everything down. If you go to that hashtag, you will find the first 1 week had the logo of GIZ and Talk Power, and few, which has no pictures of police beating up journalists, were allowed. Now, with that said, 2 weeks, 3 weeks after, we were now given a green light. We don't want to see any uniform in your posts. We don't want any mention of any security agency in your post. Yet we were mentioning perpetrators in this case, including one person now turned MP who beat up a journalist at his premise. We also put that. We also don't want that. Now, with this Access to Information Act now in play, how did we fail to influence also certain policies or ensure that policies are also in our favor or does not bite us that bad? What did we miss as journalists in influencing such policies before it comes out or sees the light?
Right.
I think I have to throw it up to the panel.
Right. I think like Agatha mentioned, this was taken literally around and everyone said no to it and it still came, right? So...
we're in a state where the president or even a speaker, when he wants something from somewhere, he can easily get it. I remember one time when Tim Wanga was the chairperson of the Committee of National Economy at the Budget Committee of Parliament, and he had a case again with Honorable Moses Kabusu. And the back channels were that the judiciary wanted an increment in the budget, and they had to go to the committee or the budget committee and discuss that. The deal that Tim Ranga had to make was to help him, first of all, have the case disposed of in a way that would help him retain his seat, to help also the judiciary also get a budget increase. The recommendations be taken to Parliament and everything is done. And we've also seen a president who wants the constitutional amendment on the age limit is done, constitutional amendment on term limits is done, and we also have instruments like the East African Court of Justice. We've also had cases like the criminal defamation case that has that was upheld by the East African Court of Justice and the courts in Uganda. A journalist like Ronald Zembus, who was reporting about solar panels that were stolen and on a house of a district chairperson. Solar panels meant to help in pumping clean water to the people of Kalangala, ending up at the house of the district chairperson and lighting his house quite well instead of giving people water. Guy dies even after, guy is struggling, dies. The district chairperson is demanding him some good money and there is no justice being done. Today we have cases. I remember some people went to the South African Court of Justice against the Computer Misuse Act, and others are in the Constitutional Court.
Right.
With very few justices like Kakuru who would come up and be bold enough to say this or that, and with the Chief Justice who has a child now in Parliament, and also who is also as...
is it possible that that child maybe is there on merit? And I'm just saying. No, don't shoot me. I'm just asking. My job is to ask questions.
Well, what Agatha posted on Twitter was quite informative enough to understand that there was no job advert and they're only outsourced. I don't know if Parliament accepts that.
Right.
So, in such a situation, with uncoordinated troops, some in the East African Court of Justice and others in the Constitutional Court here, how are we finding ourselves with a solution to these compacted issues of if the president wants something, it will be done,
right,
just like it was done before? Are we supposed now to go to the streets and protest? Are we supposed to go and overthrow government?
Right.
Because the Bill of Rights is very clear. And
okay, so I need to stop. We'll just do, John. We'll just do one more at the back. Just start one more, and then the question really that both of you need to answer very quickly is there a way around this? I think that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Obviously, the law is very bad, but my question is, do we have to reach this point to realize that the law is bad when actually it is affecting the media fraternity, which is supposed to perform those very important functions in society? So for me, I think this should be a call to ask the media to be more alert, to take interest in the law and also the environment, to be more organized, because if we're organized, we could have gotten some time. I know some people did some social media campaign, like a colleague has already mentioned. But the thing is, did we ever find time as a media fraternity to look at the proposed bill and also to go for the public hearing, to scrutinize this bill that is actually affecting the media fraternity and society as a whole? For me, I'm looking at a situation or at a point when the media in Uganda builds the capacity to understand these issues, lobby and advocate for issues that affect not only the media fraternity, but also the country at large. Because I will ever emphasize that Uganda has reached this point where we are because the media has not performed its functions well.
Right.
Like somebody said, Agatha said, this is a timid society. Who is going to redeem this country? If we, the media, who said, we are supposed to do A, B, C, D, we are also shying away. So, members of the fraternity, I think it is a wake-up call for us to do something about this country. We have been in the profession for quite a lot of decades, some of us, but things are worsening and worsening. So where are we going to get the hope from?
Right.
And when we're moderating these sessions, let's look really serious. Sometimes we look at not the moderators only, but the way we take issues that affect us. There's so much stereotypical questioning, and it's like, let's be apologetic, we should not go there, but somebody somehow needs to rise up. And society is looking up to the media because you took up this call, or the calling, to transform society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll hand over back to our panel. So just to give context to what she's saying, right? The issue of if I die, I die. Does that exist at all, right? And how do you manage that of, okay, yeah, I hear you, but I have 2 children, right? But also, it ties into what Tabu was saying in the morning. Am I the idiot? Or is everyone else the idiot? Whereof, look, we know this law is bad. You just mentioned it. Everyone who can be affected by this law should be on the streets protesting. If it was any other country, Tunisia or wherever, they probably would be. In Uganda, I am willing to bet my evening tea that in this room where we have journalists, if we did a survey, you'll probably find maybe 25 to 30% who didn't know the half of the aspects of this law. Right? And this is where we are. So that's question number 1, as it has been phrased. And then the second one, of course, is
said, guys, that's our work to do. Someone has to do that work. Someone has to inform the public about what is happening. So if you guys there, for whatever reason, will not do it, for me, information finds me here, and I'm going to publish it. I'm going to tell the people about it. So that I said it to say that, to like emphasize how timid we are. Sometimes we are afraid of everything. We are afraid of losing life. We are afraid of losing a job. We are afraid of everything. I have gone everywhere and I said, but I was at LDC some time back and I told my colleagues that we should rise up against what was happening there, where people fail students deliberately and they don't even show them how you failed, actually. No marks, they just say, you failed. So I told the students and they said, oh, Agatha, for you, we are going to be victimized. You see, for you, you have a fallback, you have plan B. And I said, for God's sake, what's the worst that can happen? That because I am a journalist, I have another career, so I can relinquish the law career. I said, okay, you are talking about being victimized, but you are already victimized. That's why we are talking about an action. So whether you talk or not, a dead system is going to victimize you either way. But then I looked at people fearing to that extent just because they think they will not get a PC, a practicing certificate. Do you see how we fear everything? So we fear losing life, losing a job, our child not going to do our everything. Like, and these people, by these people I mean the ones we call leaders, thrive on that. They know that we are a fearful society, that whatever they say. And so if we die comes in there. I tell people all the time, because everyone calls me and it nags me. Do you want to die? Why are you doing this? Do you want to leave behind your children? Everyone doesn't have unsolicited. So it's unsolicited, is it advice or condemnation? And I've told them, guys, many people have died. They have not all been killed by an Anita Among or M7 or Mhozi. People have found death all over. There's no guarantee that if I leave my job, if I don't publish this information, I will live forever, or that I'll have guarantee of how long I will live. And when they talk about my children, I'll say they will not be the first orphans. There are other children who don't have parents and their parents didn't die because of anything like this. So I think it's high back and thought. So what the quality of life we are living should also matter. Let's not just say, I'm not going to talk and they kill me. But say, okay, I am living, but what quality of life am I living? What quality of life am I leaving my child or my children? So for me, if I died now, it's the sad thing is that if I died, I would die in vain. If I died now and things changed, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all, at all.
Is that not worth considering that, and it's glad that you've admitted that you know that if you died now, you'd have died in vain? Isn't that sometimes a deterrent for many people who want to do something and they're thinking, well, look, I mean, it's not like I'm going to change anything, so.
No, you see, that's an excuse. For you, do your part, yeah? And all of us here. So I would think of those things. I would say, but what can I change? But what makes me go home and I sleep peacefully is knowing that I've done my part. The rest is not within my means or control, but what is, I have done it. And you know, sometimes you can say you can die in vain, that's true, but you will die that peaceful, saying, I didn't stay here and my conscience ate me and I said, I joined the group that was receiving money and let things go like this and let my children not have a country tomorrow.
Right.
I cannot do that. The last one is on journalists not doing enough. I think the last speaker, that the media hasn't performed its functions. Yes, in the media, the majority of us are not doing what we are supposed to do. But when we do, what impact has it made? Have other people, other Ugandans followed up to say, this has been written, let me act on it?
Which is what Tabu was saying, right?
This has been written. We all talked about the current deputy speaker beat up someone. And it was all over. Did Ugandans say this person is not worth being our leader because of that? I also talk about that issue of the cars, and which is why I say if I died, I would die in vain. You put information there. You put that there was corruption, there was flouting of procurement laws, there was inflated costs, there was everything bad was with that deal. Not police, not IGG, not anything picks it up. So us as journalists, we can only do so much. For me, I can stop at that, and someone else is supposed to pick it up. Civil society maybe also is supposed to pick it up and say, let's go and take this to court.
Right.
But so at the end of the day, we are just a broken society. It's very sad that from leaders to us, the led, we allow, you know, they say that the donkey allows to be climbed on, like it bends and they climb on it. That's how we are. We have allowed to be stepped all over. That's why we have allowed that structure of fear to grip us, and we say, no, if I do this, I will not get a job. And I ask, but is government the only employer in this country or in the world? No. Those who have not allowed, how many have got jobs? So lastly, I will talk about what you said, that what if she's qualified? She has that job on merit, the daughter of a Winnie. You can only tell merit if you go through a process,
right.
Legal process. For now, we can't know. She might be qualified, but we will never know because she never underwent a process that showed her as the most qualified person to have that job. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. We'll hear from Edwin then. Just before you come in, as you tell us, how do we, are there any ways of working around this law? Question I wanted to pose to Agatha, just to ponder on, maybe she can respond to that at some point when she gets a chance. Is it possible that as a society, what happened, and we use the example of someone's daughter getting a job, is that all of us are looking for that opportunity, so when someone gets it, we are jealous and thinking, actually, even me, I would do exactly the same thing, right? It's sort of how our society is working at the moment, right? If you get that opportunity, even you'll probably be the one trying to get your daughter into that office if you had a chance. So, Edwin.
Thank you very much. I teach at the Law Development Center, and I want to tell you, I was even at some point blessed to be on the verification committee. I want to assure you that before results of LDC are released, every student's script must go at least through a minimum of 4 eyes. That is something for you to think about. The second thing to think about is, supposing that lady, it's that bad. Supposing that lady was not a daughter of the Chief Justice, and how many more are there like that? Would it receive the same attention? Also think about that. What I'm trying to drive you to is that not all hope is lost. Some of the things we must do include the following. One, as they've mentioned, do not be intimidated. You have a professional code of ethics. You know how you deal as the journalism sector. So do not be intimidated. Do what you are supposed to do your job. The second thing you must already think about is what we call authenticity and evidence-based information. One of the things I mentioned earlier when we were starting is that false news, disinformation, and hate speech have turned out to be weapons that governments actually use to curtail the space within which you operate as a justification to show that these guys are doing this, so that is why we want to limit their operations. So guard against, do not publish what you're not sure of. You get it? Some of the information she's been speaking, for example, we're talking about the petition and what, you know, for you to present a petition, there's evidence you must provide. But while you could see that there is evidence, but you must look for authenticity of that evidence to be presented. So in other words, you also as the sector, for she may have reliable information, but if you publish it without the authenticity or without the necessary evidence and authority, I'm sure you'd be in trouble, because the next question is, where did you get this? Where is your evidence? And you have no answers. So you have to guard against what would put you at crossroads with whichever your regulating entity or the different individual. The third thing is that when you read the Computer Misuse Amendment Act, in its badness, it has certain aspects of what we call some defenses that might be available to you. If they're talking about unsolicited information and then they say, unless it is in public interest, okay? So even if some people will play around with what public interest actually amounts to, you always have a defense. The media is a watchdog that is supposed to contribute to transparency and accountability of governments and generally service provision in society. So look for those defenses that you can rely on. If you don't find it in that law, look for it in the Constitution. If you don't find it in the Constitution, look at the Press and Journalists Act. If you don't find it there, look at the case law that has been decided, the Onyango Bo and Attorney General. So look for that. Do not be intimidated. You have all those options available to you. Right. And then, of course, the other one is some information. Try to make use of private tools. Everybody knows these private tools, the VPNs, the what. So probably for some information, they'll look for you, but make it hard for you to be got so easily. So make use of them to ensure that you are kind of safe, and in wherever you're operating, you're not an easy target. Yeah.
Because I'm thinking it's very easy for me, if I want to make to put Agatha in trouble, to write a story and write it under her name, even if it's not you. They can easily come for you and say, look, there's evidence that this was you, and that becomes a problem. So we have run out of time for this session. I want to say a big thank you to Edwin and Agatha. Let's please give them a big hand clap. I know that we have some comments online. We'll try and come back to those in a bit, but I really want to move on to our last session for the day so that we can be able to manage time. Agatha, Edwin, thank you so much. Simon Okorach online saying a successful society is pillar of hope to the people, and the media is supposed to build on this process, but now you're saying that the state is afraid of the building up a liberal democracy in the country, and you're saying that you think there's an opportunity that the law can be challenged, and you see hope that we have a good cause to pursue and put the state and its actors to rethink and revise some of the oppressive provisions in the law. Again, I'm very encouraged by the optimism I see in the room with Agatha and everyone else, and I hope that that can carry through, because again, based on what we've been hearing Alex and everyone else saying here, precedent suggests that usually what they want they get, and we're sort of left to just rule the consequences of that. So hopefully we can be able to overcome that. Speaking of, we need to be talking about inclusion, so let's move on to our last session for the day. And this is about digital inclusion and closing the gaps for journalism and increasing reporting for the marginalized. Joining me to share their insights on this, we've got Simon Eroku, who is the team leader at Signs TV. Please give me a big hand clap as he joins me on the platform now. We've also got Mrs. Carol Beyanga, who was introduced in advance by her husband in the morning. She's shaking her head, I'm sure, but she's now used to these things. She knows where he goes. She very well knows. And Carol is with National Media Group, and she's the head of partnerships, mentoring, and monetization. And she didn't get that job because her husband was there.
They don't want to be critiqued. They don't want to be asked questions. So it's just to protect them and their offices that they hold now. So lastly, let's be firm on this. Let's speak to it. If you're doing the right thing as a journalist, I don't think you should fear. Personally, I don't fear. If there are things that is in my region and needs me to talk about them, if it's $1 billion that is going to a Tiak sugar factory, I'm going to question them. If it's about a ranch, I am going to question it, and I'm going to question it professionally. So I think this has come to try to suppress us so much, and we are not going to allow, and I ask my friends not to allow that. But I also implore government to look on this law, you know. Let them try to see if there are ways how they can amend it, even in the future, even in the short-term period, they should, because it's malicious. You're not going to stop people from critiquing you, even us journalists. The people who critique us. You do a story and says, Benson has not done a thorough job in that story. Benson has not given time to that story. So we should allow critics. Countries move, countries grow because there are critics to the system, there are critics to the policy, and that's how we better ourselves. But as journalists, let's stand firm. I also implore the associations of journalists, even Uganda Media Council, I think National Broadcasters. There are different associations. In the northern part of the region, we have NOMEC, which I think we need to stand firm as associations. I have not heard loud voices, especially for the media owners, even for key media personalities coming hard on this. I think we need to keep pushing and pushing for the media freedom and freedom of expression, because this one is ideally stopping freedom of expression. Why do you tell people not to share verified information? What if I'm sharing an audit report?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. Nice to see you. I know it's towards the end of the day, last presentation. Everyone is like, okay, when is this ending? But digital inclusion is very important, so let's let's talk about it. My presentation will be really short, and I'm focusing really on journalists up country. Are they digitally included? Enough or not? And it's just, you know, information, insights I got from different places, and our conversation, I'm sure, will tell us more. So I'll quickly go through that. So let's keep up with the slide. This is just an introduction. If you go to the next slide. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is what is digital actually? You know about it, but what does it actually mean? And a very simple definition is just basically allowing individuals or people to enjoy the benefits of being online and to improve their lives. So basically I'm just improving their life. Just even from here, I know that many of us today, we did something online that made our life a bit easier. And if we see, for example, we can get helpful information, whatever it is that we are looking for, we go to Mr. Google, sir. We like that weather app, like every day I wake up, I check to see what's the weather like, so I can know how to dress and things like that. But even, I am sure many other people use it for different things. Take part in community conversations, receive or get help, improve business studies or their career, and be up to date with information. So it's important to be digitally included. And in order to enjoy these benefits, however, which is a big thing, there are three things that are crucial. One must have the gadget, one must have the time, one must have the data. And that's where the problem starts to come with people who are being digitally included. Those three things become a huge problem, including for journalists, both in the urban areas and in the upcountry and rural areas. So these are a few stats from I got from UCC. Basically, our people are getting more phones. People are buying phones, you know. Lots of people are getting phones. We had 690,000 new subscriptions between April and June. That's of this year. That's from UCC, their latest market performance report, which was recently released. And people being connected are growing. The new growth brought the number from 36.1 billion to from 35 at the end of March. So there was quite a spike, 1 million in about 4 months. So there's growing connectivity. People are getting online more and more. Although we have to note, I sort of wondered about those numbers. I kind of think there's things like, you know, many of us here, I think, have 2 lines we're on Airtel and MTN, so there's a bit of repetition, I think. And then we lose our phones, then we connect again, that's counted as a new connection. So we have to take note of those things. But basically, people are getting connected in Uganda. And people are getting more gadgets, getting smartphones, and all that thing. So you find that UCC reports that overall there are 55 internet connections for every 100 Ugandans. So for every 100 Ugandans, they say 55 people are connected to the internet. How often they use the internet, how often they go on there, how often they can get data is another question. But they tend to go online, whenever they can. Next slide, please. So that was from UCC. So this is just a quick slide from UCC to show us which Ugandans are using what. There's a basic mobile phone, which is just a basic call, text. Then there's a feature phone, you can call, text. You can also do a few things online, but really limited. And then there's the smartphones. And as you can see, the feature phones tend to quite a number. They're quite a number. Smartphones also is growing by the day, by the month. Feature phones are really what most people who cannot afford the rest have. So those people with basic phones rather cannot go online. You can just text, you can just call. And this is what most of the people who earn a certain amount of money a day will go by. They just need to make the money, the phone to call and to text, and that's it. Next slide, please. So where are the upcountry journalists? What's happening? According to the article by DW, there are good things happening in terms of digital inclusion. One, there's increasing digital media outlets. So there are more and more websites coming up, more and more platforms coming up, even upcountry online. So there's more, which is more diversity. Different people are coming up with different websites, and freedom of choice. So they are able to do what they feel they should do. And then in some cases, content is actually in regional languages. So you find that there's some Facebook platforms or social media platforms or even websites that have their content in their regional language for their area, which is a really big positive. And digital tools like mobile reporting apps means that journalists are able to now do a lot more reporting. You can just report with the phone. Previously, you needed to have you needed to go to an office or an internet cafe, type out your story, and then maybe send to the editor or put up on our website. Now, you are able to do that with the phone very easily. Within 30 minutes, you can put up a story. I know some of my team who put up a story on our website with their phone. So that has really made things easier across. But there are many challenges. According to that article still. Some outlets are weak in the area of reporting and focus mainly on entertainment. Now, let me just make a disclaimer. I love entertainment. I don't think there's a problem in entertainment. In fact, I'm sure all of us here have a plan for entertainment, yes? This weekend. Yes, we're all going somewhere. There's no problem with entertainment. I think it's a wonderful thing, and we should report about it properly. But I think they feel there's a skew towards a lot of entertainment, and other issues that are important are not being reported upon. Many journalists are not efficiently skilled. They want to put up the stories, they want to do all these things, but they do not know how to use the platforms they have as well. They do not know the gadgets. They are not informed well on how they can use all these things. And the job, which is a very major thing, the job conditions of journalists, especially upcountry, across, but upcountry is really difficult. The pay is low, training and equipment are in need of improvement, many issues that they face on a day-to-day basis. And there's pressure. There's pressure from the government. Many platforms are depending on where they're from. If they're, for example, a radio or TV, they're owned by by politicians, and so therefore they have to do things in a certain way. But also UCC, we have there things that UCC expects. For example, they expect that we should all subscribe and pay to be on as a data online communication, service. I looked at the list that UCC puts there. In 2020, there were 86 companies. Companies, not necessarily websites, companies, when I checked. And so I looked and I saw, and there were very few media. So I remember thinking, this is a bit of a trick. Because if UCC decides that you're not on the list, you don't even paid your dues, you can easily be shut, down. So those are some of the pressures that we face. But what are the things that can be done? One, training, of course. Training on how to maximize online facilities. We know the basics. We know how to put up content, but there are so many things that we can do. There's a website we have at Nation Media, and the first time I went on now as an editor I realized I was like, we're only using 2% of this thing. Like there's so much we can do with this website, but we're just posting text, photos, and yet there's so much. So training needs to be done. How can we maximize this facility? If I'm getting a WordPress website, what are the things I can do? What is the best kind of website to get for myself? Or what a WordPress platform? Is it this kind? Is it the one that I have to pay the more expensive one? Is it the cheaper one? I feel like there's not enough training for people to know what to use best for themselves. Another thing that can be done, I think really well, is niche reporting. Many of the websites report news. Okay, they are sort of news websites, so they report the same thing. They're all reporting what's happening in Parliament, and that's not a bad thing. But that means that it's congested, it's crowded, and no one knows. You're all reporting the same thing, so nothing attracts me to you as someone unique. But if you have a niche area, if you're doing agriculture specifically, or land issues, or solutions-based reporting, or different things, if you hone yourself and grow yourself in that area, then maybe I can start coming to you because I begin to think you're the authority on that area. You are doing work in that area, you're reporting, you're doing special reports, and people who are interested in that area will come. So niche reporting is a good idea to take on. And then also partnering with associations. Benson earlier talked about NUMEC. It's one I've heard about quite a lot, and I think it's a good association from what I've heard. There's lots of things that you can do when you partner with associations, whether it's a journalist association or a different association, and that includes training. They can give you training, but many things. Many people think, oh, let's partner with them, we get funding. That's a good thing. Funding is helpful, but there are many associations you can partner with and not necessarily get funding, but you can get training. Training on maybe how to report a certain issue, training on maybe just how to use equipment, training on on various things. So training is a positive you can get. Skills, different kinds of skills for reporting, funding, like I said, or even content. You can get content. If, for example, there's an NGO in your area that has been there for a long time and is focusing on agriculture, trying to improve the agriculture, the farming for the people there, their particular crops they are working with, that can be an organization you partner with and say, look, give us content because you're very good in this, because many people, maybe our area, does millet a lot, and the people are always, looking to plant millet all this time. So, partner with that organization and say, give us the content, give us the research you're getting, give us, can any of you be a columnist for our website, so that people come to us knowing that we are the source of authority on this particular area. So I think there's lots of room to do that. And confidence building confidence in the journalists, because I feel a lot of the time, like I say, there's a lot of reporting of the same issues, but I think if a journalist upcountry were given the confidence to know that they can report in their area, it depends on how they report, what they report, and how they target their audiences, and they can have something different and unique. And then creating sources of income that can support the online platforms. You would be lying yourself if you think, I'm going to create a website today, we're going to do this kind of thing. In 6 months, we're going to be making tons of money. It is almost impossible. So the one has to understand that the money may take a while to come. Therefore, where do we get the money to help this website stay on track? And I'll end by saying, at the end of the day, the burden to be more digitally included must begin with us. We must ask ourselves, what can we do? What are the things, where can we start? Because if we don't have that drive, that passion, it won't be done. No one will do it for us. It is us who determine that we want to be digitally included. We want to have all this information, all these skills, so that we can pass on the information to people who need it as much as possible. So that burden must begin with us. We must decide that this is so important. And then when we push ourselves and get support from different places, then we will find that the inclusion is better. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Big hand clap for Caro. And of course, I'm sure the questions that you have that need to come into that. So let's hear from Simon, who is team leader at Science TV. And I'm told Simon has a presentation as well, so we'll start with the presentation, and then we'll come back and hear a little bit more from the rural perspective from the Daily Monitor Bureau Chief, and then we'll open it up for some feedback from you guys as we wrap up a wonderful media week.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So, what I can remember, last year in the same conference or same gathering, I had an opportunity to also sit on a panel and we shared about the issues of digital inclusion. I'm very happy because I came with a challenge, and the participants challenged us to go and get a solution for how we can report for the marginalized communities. I promised to go and get a solution. So today I've come back with my accountability. They do this. Thank you.
We are learning.
So when I left the conference last year, I and my team tried to imagine a TV. So a TV that's very unique, that is inclusive, that is accessible, and that is sustainable. Our imagination gave birth to a Sign TV Uganda.
You're learning.
So we decided to come up with Sign TV Uganda. We made a pilot research and also tried to see how we can work hard to bring up Sign TV Uganda. So we saw how we would get sign language reporters, news anchors using sign language, and using captioning, and also having a story on the TV with captioning, voicing over in the TV. And this meant that we would make the TV more inclusive for all. All people would access our TV. So 5 months from that time, we started a TV, and we started with YouTube. We had subscribers, 270 plus subscribers. We had 3,000 viewers who used to view our content, and now we are hoping that as we go on, we can continue having more subscribers. We have very many viewers on social media. Subscribers are also there. Subscriptions are also there. I also remember our story about the Sign TV is now being broadcasted on NTV Uganda, New Vision, and also international TVs, and different people broadcast our stories about Science TV. From the time we started, we saw some challenges. For example, we had limited access to original content. Many times you want some content, but then there are no copyrights. For example, the news stories, the videos, we do not have the right to use them. So we would suggest that the copyrights are there, but we didn't have the copyrights. So we had limited access to production of information. And we always have little time, like we have little information, like once in a week. And also people to see our content on TV. People want to see our content on TV. They want to see new things every day. They also want to see the TV which is accessible, like in a digital channel. They feel like online is expensive. They use their personal data. So we thought of that, and we're still thinking of how we can solve that issue, and we think there are possible solutions. We're now thinking of the way forward, and we feel like we want to develop our original content, and we'll be broadcasting. We hope that as we are going to start a new fellowship, with sign reporters, where we shall have our deaf people themselves going to collect stories from within the country and in sign language. We are going to bring them and train them on how they can form stories in sign language. Then we can send them to Hope, collect stories for us. Then they bring, we broadcast, and we show on the TV. We are also going to see how we can start mobile mobile studio, where we need to see things are easy and simpler to access. And that can increase the number, and we were also planning to increase the number of people working in our team. We're still 3 people in our staff, and other support staff, and some few support people. And now we want to control the audience, because the audience expect a lot. They always need daily programs, like 24 hours. They need us to be broadcasting information and showing different things. We are looking for strategies for the future, how we can develop more simple, accessible TV for all people. So we are seeing, from the time we started, it's 1 year now. It was an idea, and now it has given birth to something big and important, which can promote inclusion. We, the deaf people, we have our own TV, which ourselves can direct and control, and also different information you can share from the different TVs. For example, these national issues that are out there, maybe in the parliament, you can discuss some issues we can see from the deaf communities and ask them, what do you think about these issues? Then we also broadcast. Because many times, the media, during the streaming, they do not have the ideas from the deaf communities and those people. They only collect information and ideas from the normal hearing people. But so now we also think of getting information and views from other deaf people. They can give ideas about what is happening in the community. I think that's what inclusion means in the media team. So going forward, I'm thinking of we are developing an idea of seeing how we can create new creativity in our media. We want to see inclusion in the media, like we want to see inclusive stories that are accessible for all. We want to see stories about the people or the marginalized people. We also want to see stories about people who are in the villages, people who have no voice, also from the marginalized groups. Saint TV is a good step for us as we move on. So it's good for us to implement this. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Simon. Oh, wait, guys, land, please, you people, be in class. No, thank you very much, Simon. Let's give a big hand clap to Hope Nyamwiza, who is Simon's interpreter. So in terms of sign language, did you say they're blowing for me? Okay, right. Flowers for Hope, absolutely, no, incredible. And I think for me, this sort of tells the story of what the Media Week is all about. I'm sure you guys are all in awe. I can see my smiling friend Jen, she's just in awe and wonder of something like this and what a great innovation this is. And of course, Caro and the stats that you've shared, very important. So I just want to finish the panel session with Felix Warom, who want to hear from you in terms of the digital inclusion, especially from a, let's say, a national or rural perspective. Caro is talking about digital things. It's easy to do that when you're in Kampala, right? But when you're up country, and then she's saying, send an email, and then the power has gone, you know, and there's no generator. The data, a few times I travel up country, sometimes it's a struggle to even just download the WhatsApp video. What does that look like for you? What does digital inclusion look like when we're talking about that sort of perspective? How far off are we in terms of making sure that there's actual digital inclusion? Because in this case, it looks like there is a lot of marginalization for anyone that is not in an urban setting, which obviously isn't fair, and what do we do about that? And then we'll hear some comments and questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Felix. I work for Daily Monitor, or NMG. What you have said is right. We, the upcountry journalists, we face a lot of challenges, especially when you want to file stories. And yet you also want to beat the deadline. So sometimes You go out to the field, there is no power. Because, okay, the first thing, West Nile especially, is not also connected on national grid, with the exception of 2 districts. So the power supplier there is inconsistent with power supply. And also in most areas, they are not connected to power. So how do you work as a journalist? You may move with your phone, you may move with your laptop, but the laptop may stay only for 1 hour or less. So it becomes difficult for you to file a story from the field work to the newsroom. So sometimes the power crisis is a big challenge to most journalists who are working up country. It can also be in Gulu, it can also be in Amuru. So such areas which are not connected to power, internet accessibility is a problem. And then the second issue is about the geographical location. So you find if you reach some areas like Obongi, Zombo areas, or Zombo districts, so you find there is no internet connectivity, either by MTN or by Airtel. So you find you cannot connect to the newsroom. You can't make calls. You can't have internet service. So the geographical location alone is another factor. So it is very important that maybe the government or the service providers like the MTN and Airtel, they should actually make connections in such areas so that maybe when you go to the field, you are able to file your story in time. You have enough internet, you have enough data. And then maybe the third thing is about accessibility. Okay, like for us who are living in urban area, we may have access to smartphones. We may have access to data. But sometimes the marginalized communities, like the farmers, like the disabled persons, they may not have that money to buy even a smartphone in order to access information. Recently, we did some story about farmers who were being paid and then ordering for their inputs through e-system. So it came to a point that even the e-system alone was not working. It was instituted by the Ministry of Agriculture. So for like a year, these farmers did not receive even their inputs. Yet they had made some order. So they had to ride from their village up to the town to access internet in order to make the order for their inputs. So it's a bit very tricky, even for journalists and then also for other marginalized group of people to access internet. So to me also, I think the solution will also be to have the skills, like Carol said. The skills, even as journalists, some of us do not have the skills to operate these gadgets, these tools that we have. And then the issue of training is so important, because even as journalists, we need to be trained on online data protection, the issues of how to manage maybe websites, how do you create content on a website. Like yesterday you asked about how many people have YouTube channels here. So how many of us can be able to upload or download? Yeah? So it becomes a problem. And then also the issue of data in terms of being expensive. Because sometimes you find a data, or a good data you may get is 1.5 GB, maybe to upload your story and then maybe send your pictures and the rest. So if you buy a data of 1,000, it can't work. So it also comes about the issue of how we are paid. So you find this person, this journalist will also be there. He has a lot of other responsibilities. He has to buy data, he has to pay school fees, he has to do this, feed the family. So sometimes they now end up giving priority to do other things other than maybe buying data to facilitate their work.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm just wondering, for you, Caro, I mean, hearing Felix talking like this, is this new perspective for you? Or these are things that you hear on a daily basis and you're trying to do something about them from where you sit, and what is it that you're sort of doing to help Felix, because, well, he's sort of under your docket, but also that might help other people that have a connection to other people who are in rural areas that might be facing issue of marginalization. And then I'll come to Simon and just ask a little bit about the sustainability and funding for Science TV, and then we'll get some feedback from the room.
Thank you. You know, that's very true what he's saying. Although I'm thinking, oh, no wonder they struggle with the deadline.
See, that's what I wanted to find out. Because sometimes, you know, you'll be there, and it's only when you hear him talking like this that suddenly a light bulb goes and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So perspective. Yeah,
that's so true. So I think hearing from him, I think especially with maybe the bigger outlets, it is important for us to understand that in certain areas it is going to be difficult because of these things. So I think that there needs to be more grace, if I can put it that way, from the editors. But what he's saying is really true in terms of, first of all, that the electricity. There's some things we can't do. Or maybe what we, the only thing is to perhaps do stories or raise issues as to why is everyone up to this time not, you know, why do they have such inconsistent? It is a huge area. It's a huge constituency. It's a growing. It's one of the largest, you know, population-wise. So what is taking so long? Maybe this is when now as journalists we should be doing stories and sort of saying, why is this connected? Why is it inconsistent? This is a place that has all these things. What is taking so long? So I think those are some of the things we should do. But some of the things that already we are trying is to train the journalists, because we recognize, by the way, not even only up country, even here in Kampala, you find that a person really does not know what they should do.
Look, the honest truth is that we are all villagers who ended up in Kampala, so we've made peace with that. Yeah.
Yes, even sometimes we editors, you look at something and thinking, oh, that's what that is for. All this time I've had my phone, I did not, you know. So so I think there's room for training, and what I would say, not bespoke, but very deliberate training. So I'm head of mentorship, and I've been given a bit of a role in training, and I'm now very keen to make sure that our teams are trained properly, because I think sometimes training comes, but it's a general case training. You know, the people are sharing slides and that kind of thing. We have done training, but have they understood? Have they picked up the skill? Have we seen the challenges? So I think the training needs to be very intentional. It needs to, and that's across the board, whoever is doing the training, whether it's from out, whether it's the media houses within, it has to be intentional. You have to find, if you're going to go to training and if you're going to partner with Numek, or if you're going to go to Arua and, you know, with the Arua journalists, what is their need? It might be different from what is the problem in Jinja, or, you know, what is their need? What are their issues? And how can we train so that then and at the end of the day, we need to know that we have had impact, not just going down the training and left, but we need to be able to see that impact has been done. So training needs to be done, and providing skills, which is part of training, providing skills so that people know exactly what to do, how to use their gadgets, how to go online. And that is not just about, I like what Felix said, you know, things like data protection, cyber, stuff like that. So I there's a need for that, and we need to do a lot more of that, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Here's some feedback online. Felix Omara is saying, thank you so much, Media Focus on Africa and your partners for this at least we now know where we belong. Edna Peach is saying that that's such a nice initiative for Sign TV, and she says that she realizes that despite having programs on mainstream broadcast media, people with disabilities, I think we now say differently, enabled people, have been left to wonder, because it is only through news broadcasts that sign language interpreters are hired. But what happens to other programs? That's a very, very good point. I mean, after news, what? There's no more room for you, right? Go and sleep, right? And then Proscopia Chan says journalists upcountry are frustrated by bad cell phone network connection during blackout hours, because making calls is hard even if you have enough battery on your phone. That's actually a very good point. And then Romeo Okot, good to hear from you as well. You're saying thank you for the evening session. You have a question. You're saying that many people are running in to open online websites and online TVs, but they are failing to manage in terms of good payments, which of course you're saying is contributing to poor content, because you cannot work without salary for 4 months and you expect a good story to be produced. How can this be addressed, especially freelance journalists. And I think this is something that Carol pointed out, the fact that everyone is just running to open something, thinking that, I'm going to digitize Google AdSense and make money tomorrow. And it always ends in tears, because it doesn't quite work like that, right? So what can we do about that, right? Speaking of, so Simon, this is a brilliant concept that you have. Everyone is in the room, I think, is in awe, and I think it's really timely, as you've heard from the comments online, and I think there's agreement in the room that there's a gap for it. The truth of the matter and the harsh reality is that it needs to be sustained. It needs money to do that. We had this discussion yesterday. So what's the plan for Science TV? How are you sustaining it? Are you making it a commercial entity? Is it a public service that you're trying to get the government to fund? Tell us just a little, very quickly, what you're doing to make sure that Science TV is able to stay on air, because the audience might not be as big as NBS or NTV, for example, but it definitely is a very key audience and it's an important one. So how do you make sure that it gets the funding that it needs to be sustained?
Thank you for that question. Truly, it's a very big challenge in this area for the Science TV. Before, when we started, we got support from Aga Khan University in Nairobi. They gave us support to start the pilot project. Till then, for a year now, it's now 1 year, soon getting a year down the road, but it was a very good idea, and we're now planning. We have a very big focus in the future. Where is our focus? We are seeing tap in advertising industry. There is funding. For example, when you see the deaf community in Uganda, there are over 1 million deaf people in Uganda. So they all need to access the information. And the adverts on the TV, for example, MTN advertising, different advertisements about the marathon. We get the voices, but there are no interpreters. And how do they expect the deaf people to participate? So we want to request the different companies if they can invite us to do the adverts for the deaf communities. So we hope that in this way we can solicit some funds, can get some funds to sustain the Science TV Uganda. Similarly, we want to see how we can get partners from different media houses, how we can partner with different media houses. For example, CASO has given us funds for extended programs, for example, in the deaf communities. If you have a program which you need to make sure that the deaf people need to access, you come to Science TV and they can help to make your program, and they can help to make the deaf people access the information and can get involved in your program. That if you can see our Science TV on YouTube, you will see that information is very accessible to the deaf people because they can see sign language clearly than other TVs. For example, NTV, the interpreters are in a very small box and it's very hard for others to see. So the Science TV is very clear. So we are thinking in this way we can pull more donors to support Science TV Uganda, since it's the only way that deafs can easily access the information.
Wow, thank you very much, Simon. That's very, very well that it does raise. I see the opportunities. I should come and we talk. I can be your advertising consultant. I see a lot of money in what you're trying to do, because there's definitely a gap for it. So let's open up the room for some discussions. You've had some very interesting things. Jen, I know that Susan Achola, you're in Agago, right? It would be good to hear your perspective as well from what Felix has been saying. I'm sure I could see you nodding your head at everything that he was saying. So same with Jen. So we'll start with Jen. If I can borrow the microphone. Yeah, thank you very much. So we'll start with Jen and then we'll go back to Susan and then go around the room. Of course, the key issues here are, one, the inclusion for marginalized people, and this is both from a digital perspective for upcountry rural people, but also differently enabled people, like you're hearing from Simon. And he does raise a very, very good point about the fact that when you're watching the news, the interpreter is in such a small box that you have to buy glasses to be able to see what, right? I'd not thought about it that way, because first we're thinking, oh, there's an interpreter, right? And yet for, the deaf person, they're thinking, I'm sorry, what did you say? Museveni or Bobby Wine? You can't tell which one it is because it's in such a small box. So very, very good point that is raised there. So let's start with Jen, and we'll go around the room.
Thank you very much, Ben. I want to stand. First of all, I'm very excited by the progress I have seen with Simon and his team. I want to speak at this point with full disclosure. I participated on that panel that actually got them into that grant. And we were very excited by the idea. So when you saw that beaming smile, it was coming from that. So Simon and team, this is exciting. And yes, I want to pledge that just like Ben has said, I want to work with you a bit on business development, from the viability aspects, so that we can put together things that can now help you monetize what has been piloted. I'm really excited, and I think that Media Futures Project and the Aga Khan University must all be excited with this. And now I want to speak to upcountry media and upcountry journalists and upcountry things. Because yes, we are villagers from the village, and here we are. These challenges that my neighbor for these 2 days has been talking about are not strange to us in northern Uganda, in Gulu as well. At least these days it's a little better, but in the past you'd have, in a good month, you have, yes, Gulu is connected to the national grid and all, but in a good month you'd have power consistently, cumulatively, maybe for 14 days in the month, meaning the other days of the month you're running on generator if you have the fuel to run that generator. But also, the other challenge is the infrastructure of the internet connectivity, or even the connectivity for the phone calls. Journalists do struggle a lot, even where they have been trained to do mobile reporting, and they are indeed in position to produce content on their phone. They may have a challenge with connectivity to send you that content in time. So these are, some of them are infrastructural, others are at the level of the media house, and these challenges vary from media house to media house. Right. For some media houses, upcountry, a generator is a rumor. And yeah, I speak facts, and so it's really a challenge. So that means that one time I was doing, I think, a training in some, I'll not mention where, but in one of the places upcountry, and I asked this question: what are you known for? What is this media house known for? And I had very interesting responses. One of the participants said, for us, they use us, the radio station, to know when power has gone off. Because when they hear shh,
oh wow,
then they know power has gone off. Yeah, and that was quite interesting. And the other one said, yeah, I think they know us for being a memory card. They were quite interesting responses. But this speaks to the practical challenges that you can only get to know. Ben is really happy. But
that's actually really fun, and it's genius. I mean, the moment you just know the power has gone.
Yeah, and that's what you're known for. And in your head, you're looking for, oh my goodness, you're looking for what is the value you're creating to the community, and that is what actually they know you for. Then it shapes, it kind of flips the whole conversation, but it's a good way to test the waters and to help you find what to say and how to say. So finally, I want to appreciate Media Focus, because as we have heard, this idea of Sign TV was birthed in one of the sessions, just like we're having now.
Yeah.
And that's the reason I chose to speak while standing, because I think that Media Focus deserve a big applause. Yeah, some of the things that are being done, ideas have been muted in these kind of forums, and we can't take that for granted.
Sure.
We can't take that for granted. I'm excited because I can see the growth. I have been walking the journey of Media Week from the very first one, and Media Focus, you're doing a good job. I keep saying these are very, very intelligent, hardworking people, a very lean team, but efficient and effective.
Yeah.
And so we have a leaf or a tree to borrow. And thank you so much, Ben. You've always been an excellent moderator, bringing out these issues and for this excellent panel here. Thank you so much. I know I've spoken a bit more.
Thank you. Let's go to Susan, and then we'll come back. Please note, I only have about 5 minutes, I think, before we need to wrap up the session. So,
thank you, Ben. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. I am going to be brief because most of the things I wanted to say have actually been mentioned by Mr. Felix and then Jane.
Right.
Yeah, that's the media bit of it. But then, Ben, you said that you hold villagers and somehow you guys found yourselves in Kampala. There was a social media joke that I saw. You know, someone saying, if you hear you're going to be born in Uganda, you try and tell your mother not to give birth to you. We also would want to say that if you're a villager and you want to be the other side, you would want to refuse. But again, if you say no, who is going to be there for them? So we actually have to be there. The situation is bad when we talk digital inclusion and digital marginalization of the journalist upcountry. My colleagues have explained, I'm not going to go there, but mine is to talk about advocacy for digital inclusion, not just for the media, but for the people in the rural areas. I am praying that we be ambassadors of this, because we were talking here earlier on about how fast things are going, and we are saying if you don't go with the trend, you'll remain behind. But now, if we leave them there, we don't know how things will be. Right. There was scenarios. There is an example I was giving those of Jan when we were talking about digital inclusion in Gulu some month ago. It was about they call it the parish development model. There is a name they've given to it. That program came to Agago, and then there was supposed to be a data collection so that they get the data that would help in the implementation. But what the data collectors faced in our district because of doing it digitally was too much. You would find the data collection is done on a mobile phone. Now, some of the data collectors do not even have a mobile phone. So because you also want the job, perhaps you're going to someone who has and you hire the mobile phone. Secondly, you're going into a village that has no network, but you're supposed to do the data collection. And then thirdly, you're using a mobile phone that has that the battery maybe may get off, especially when you're online after 1 or 2 hours. So what do? You're deep in the village. You go, you collect data from one household or 2, or maybe you even go get one. Some have still gone to the garden. The battery is off or the network is not there. You first run into a town to charge the phone or even access network. You've written this thing somewhere in the paper, and then you start to think, did these people think about these things, doing it digitally before they brought it in this village? So that's where we're in. Right. Another example is they brought the new curriculum for secondary. I personally have a boy who studies this side, and he was telling me they need a smartphone. And then my landlord is a secondary school teacher in Agago, and I was asking him, do you people also ask kids for smartphones? And then he's saying, for us, even those things, we just do what we can. So you see the disparities. Right. Somewhere, the children in the same class are using smartphones, then the other ones. So that's why, for me, I feel, as journalists, we should help people understand that if there is really digital inclusion, then it should include everyone. There are
Right.
just a lot more things
Yeah.
that are happening, but that's the bit that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. So just in front of you, let's try it. So there, and then we'll cross over and finish on this side at the end.
Thank you, Ben. I only have a few quick things to put up here. I really feel there's an element of inferiority complex also when it comes to up-country reporting. And this is eating up. You can only get to to quantify this. How many entries, let me say for awards like Acme Awards or Wash Media Awards or Population Award, how many entries are from up-country? Yeah. And by that said, I really feel there's that gap of closing that from the perception or how journalists from upcountry look at themselves. Yeah, I think it's up to around 2017. That's when journalists from upcountry, mainly probably, began submitting entries. What does that say about us? I'm also included in that category. And we also have media houses which just switch on their radios when there's a talk show because they know that's money. It's still there existing in upcountry. And there are those who even chop news off.
Well, that one is actually true. I've done some events upcountry where you book a talk show. And then on that day is when they call the guy to come and switch on the power, and then your talk show host as well. So I'm like, but how will the people know that the radio is going to be on? They're like, don't worry, the radios are always on. They just know.
So,
and guess what? We had a lot of callers for that talk show.
Yeah, so that's still challenging. And to those ones, to the trainers or those ones who plan to train, I really think to close this gap and push this up, put a cap. Like those ones who have more than 5 years experience, tone it down. Below 5 years, call them for trainings, retool them. Those are people who would at least change the narratives. But the old folks or the dinosaurs, please, I don't think they're going to change the narratives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, quickly, just here, and then we'll just cross, and then we'll.
Thank you, Ben. I would say this has been the best session since yesterday. Why? It's because of the Sign TV, my brother Simon. I believe this now tells us the need of what we are lacking in the media. I am a journalist and I'm also an editor. I happened to sit for a short course in sign language, and it indeed tells you how people are being marginalized. When you see Simon and my sister, they are struggling to let us know what is happening between them. It really shows you the need. I need to appreciate Media Focus on Africa. I understand this was the brain that brought up all this. So much as we are talking about digital inclusion, much as we are talking about the nature of our newsrooms, the media houses, can we focus on this group? Can we have a specialized training maybe on the sign language? Because these are people who are learned, but there are very many others down there in the community. They don't have the knowledge. These ones are exposed. What about those ones who are not exposed?
Right.
So I think there are a lot more that we need to do. And I want to pledge to them that I'll be part of them. I'll work hard. I'll study more and be part of that TV to see it progress, because we are serving the millions outside there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simon, you already have a job application to work with. So let's finally finish on that side, and we'll get some final thoughts from our panel, and then we'll close.
Hello, yes. My name is Sylvester from Karamoja, and I just want to agree with what Felix was saying about infrastructure, actually, with that lady there. We have a problem of infrastructure. Karamoja is so wide, and the towns are distances from each other. These telephone networks have put masts just around the towns only, such that anything beyond there, you cannot be able to communicate a story or to access any information. So you have to wait when you cross to the next town, is when you're able to have internet. Is that really part of inclusion? And that's actually where the local people are living. Not everybody is staying in the urban areas.
Right.
When I see a presentation from Simon about sign language, I say, yes, Karamoja is one of the marginalized regions. I think the best is to start a TV for Karamoja. But when you look at it, all these problems mentioned, is it the internet connectivity, infrastructure in terms of power? Actually, just as it was mentioned, even us, because, okay, the area we come in Nakapiripiri, it's only this radio station, which I own, which operates. So people just leave the thing there, hanging, yeah? till power comes back. Sometimes it comes after 2 days.
And the radios are on that entire time. They just wait for, just in case it comes on.
When it comes on, yes, then they could take the information. So, what am I saying? It will remain a dream if something deliberate is not done in terms of infrastructure. Can we have the right power? Can we have the internet connectivity? Is it the cable for cable TV?
Right.
Yes. Yeah, we have Zuku, DSTV, but how many people are connected? Even the phones themselves. How many people have phones in Karamoja? You know the story about the starving population. So I think it's more than this congregation. I think they say government to Yambe or something. I mean,
yeah. Thank
we
you.
should get to that. I just wanted to ask Carol in our presentation. Carol, nice seeing you after a long time. How about regulation in this digital era? You're going to have your YouTube, Twitter, and so on. We've had problems getting radio licenses. Like for me, it took more than 5-6 years to get a radio license. How do we handle regulation and licensing with UCC in terms of having these digital platforms?
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's some quick comments online. John Paul Opio says you agree with the Sign TV. You're saying we need to have specialized training in sign language in order to advocate for the right of the deaf and the people with disabilities. And then someone else here is saying that talking about digital inclusion means that there should be a will to develop the infrastructures to support that. Many of the Ugandans, as well as journalists, could tap onto the opportunity in the digital economy. And you are saying, like as you've heard regarding Karamoja, where infrastructure is still quite very poor and definitely has a lot of room to grow. I should point out that there's a lot of innovation in that space. I'm sure we all know about a man called Elon Musk who just bought Twitter. He has a company called Starlink, and what Starlink is trying to do is make sure there's satellite anywhere in the world. And so what they're doing is that they're putting satellites, I think the plan is to do 1,000 satellites, so that whether you're in Karamoja or you are in Nakapiripiri or Abim or Agago or wherever, you are able to access internet through your phone and cheap internet. So I think that is something that will probably change the world, and we'll see that when it comes and how it comes. So as we wrap up with the panel, I'll just get some final thoughts, starting with you, Carol. I think there's a question that was maybe pointed to you. You can answer that and give us your parting shot, and then as well as Felix, and a word from Simon, and then we'll have Jan come and say goodbye.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, Sylvester, nice to see you too, after a while. And that's a good question you had about regulation. I think just, I would say two things. One is to know the law, to know what is the law on regulation. Because sometimes, I think sometimes we do not understand the law completely, or we do not internalize it. So I think it's important, like what Ben was saying, that many people may not know half of what is the Computer Misuse Act. So we need to know what exactly, what as a radio, what if I have this wattage, what am I allowed to do, how far am I allowed to transmit. So when we know that, when we have that knowledge, then we know what to do. So that's one, to know really the law and what it says. And then two, again, like I'll keep on saying, partner, or have associations, or NAB, for example, National Association of Broadcasters for Broadcasters, is a good association with which to partner in terms of knowing, okay, we want to have a radio up there, we want to do this kind of thing, or even communications. We want to have a website, what are the regulations that we must have, what does UCC say about it. And I'll speak for NAB. I'm not in NAB, but I see Mr. Beanga working very hard. And I'm like, okay. So I know that they are really trying to do things. NAB is trying to do things for the broadcaster. So I think that any association, any media house should try and make sure that they are on the list, should be on NAB, and know what's expected, and seek help, because they do try to help across the country. So that's what I would say about regulation. And then just generally my parting shots, Ben, in terms of the challenge for connectivity, and I want, Felix was whispering to me, he said something very interesting about partnering. He will say that he talked about a radio station partnering with another one, which and how it's getting help. So I want him to talk about it because I think these opportunities are there. We just need to look and say, what can we do about it? It's not as simple. There's no one answer to it, but I think there are solutions out there. And like you said about Elon Musk, it's something interesting. I was thinking the same. I was thinking that we need to, the guys, the MTNs, Airtels, will go where the money is. They don't see money. They're like, we can't put up masts, in all these villages, and we're not going to get money. So we can't, that's what they are businessmen. That's what they're here for. However, I believe that if they are shown opportunities, then they might be, if they have especially forward-thinking people. And I was just thinking about that. I was thinking, sometimes someone will say, I want business in that area. The people don't have phones. There's no mast. I'll put up a mast. I'll give them phones at half price. Then they'll start to use it. Then I'll make my money back. So there are things that I think they can think about, but I think as media, we can be able to show them some of the opportunities that are there. Because if we say Karamoja, for example, the connectivity is so low, but these are people who focus on, this is what their main, agriculture, what they do what their farming is about. This is what they focus on. So if someone is smart, they'll be able to say, let me create a product because I know there's money. Once I show them they can do this thing easier with the thing that they like, then I will make the money. So I think those are some of the things that we need to share in the media and talk about. And then I think I'll end with saying, I agree with what the gentleman, I can't remember his name, was saying about, to an extent, about the inferiority complex, which is why I talked about confidence building. We had, I volunteer with WANIFRA. We have a media, we volunteer in terms of press freedom. We have an organization that fights for press freedom in Uganda. So we were given a grant to ask people to write stories. So we asked people to write stories on press freedom. And many of the pictures were from up country, which was very nice to see. Many of them from the north, actually. I think the north is very, I don't know, but it's very vibrant. Whenever I've had grants, I just see tons from the north, So there's something happening there. It's a very vibrant media community there, which I think I should applaud them. And I think other areas can do the same. So I think that if we build their confidence, if we show them that they can do these things, because many of them got the pitch, actually, they were able to, and they did a good job. So I believe that there are things that can be done. It's not hopeless. There are things that are going to be difficult, but there are things that can be done.
Right. Thank you. Felix?
Yes, we have been talking about partnership. I think partnership is one of the good things that we need to embrace. For instance, Nile FM in Arua used to go off even at any moment. So most times they lost advertisers because their radios are off. So an advertiser cannot inject money to advertise his or her product when your radio station is off. So I think they got a savior, Capital FM, that has opened that side of Arua. So Capital FM had to come in and install a generator so that it can power their transmitter. That's how now Nile FM cannot easily go off when power goes off. So it is actually a bonus for them. So it was some partnership which they entered in, which is now helping them. So I think in that way they can also regain the advertisers and also the public trust, which we talk about.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And also maybe my parting shot will be about self-responsibility. Like maybe if I'm a journalist, I know I will be going somewhere in the field. Don't I need a kind of a smartphone which can help me to work, even if I don't have a computer, a laptop? So I think we also need to have that self-responsibility to buy the data, to buy a fairly good smartphone which can help you, because the newsroom may not provide everything for you. So, and then the second issue was about skilling. We need to be well skilled to use these gadgets, because at the end of the day it will help us. It will not maybe even help the newsroom in the long run. Maybe when you have left that media house, you can still develop and you start your own media house, or you can also start your own online platform, which can in turn help you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, we'll hear from Simon. Any parting shots from you?
Thank you very much for this. I'm so happy for this discussion. I would like to thank the media for organizing this, because through this we share ideas and can know how to move on. And in the same way, I agree with Felix about the issue of partnering. It's very important, because if you want to continue or sustain your media house, you need to work together. It's very important. You need to work together. Where you see that you have some challenges, you can see that it's hard for you to move on, you can go to any other media house and then you can request for ideas or support, then see how you can move on. For example, when you go to the field, the issues of having interviews with a deaf person, you can partner with Saint TV. We can help you, and maybe when you also want to make a story, you come to Saint TV, you can collaborate. It's collaboration that helps us access the information well. And also, if we are, like, the media houses should know that UCC is the controller of all televisions, all media houses, and interpreters are under UCC. So TVs should think of maybe removing interpreters on their TVs and then leave Sign TV to be the main focus for the deaf communities, because the Sign TV is very accessible for all the deaf or marginalized communities.
That's actually a very interesting point. Also, I'm already thinking like marketing manager for Sign TV. We'll do a deal with all the TV stations where all their sign interpretation is sponsored by us, so they give credit and say this one is, provided by Sign TV, and then if you want to enjoy more programming, you're able to go and find the channel. So, but yeah, wonderful way to end the session. Please give a big hand clap to our panel, to Caro, to Felix, and to Simon. And which now pretty much about brings us to the wrap of the Media Week for 2022. I'm going to ask our country director for MFA Uganda, Jang, please give her flowers as she comes to see us off and welcome us to, I think we have a cup of tea ready that we'll go and enjoy as we wrap up.
Good evening, good afternoon. Thank you for being patient and staying on until the end of this media week. It has been quite a wonderful time, one, because there's have been a lot that we have learned from each other. And we have had a very complex year, and so this was a place, like I said last year, where we just come and just vent, find solutions, go back, and then see what can be done. And so I really like to thank Simon for that example of how he got the challenge last year. Last year the room was so quiet while we were looking at him, and we almost thought it's the end of the road, like, oh God, there's nothing that can be done. But it's good to hear that there's quite a lot of progress in the area of digital inclusion. And I know there are many other results that have come up. Remember, we talked about women in media, how people argued, and now we are here now trying to demonstrate that actually there's proof that working with women in journalism is actually a good thing. There are people who went back in the first media week who did not know about going digital, and people came back and they all opened their online online spaces. Some of them are getting some revenues. Now you have regulation that you have to deal with, but at least you have done something. And so these conversations are meaningful, but they're even more impactful when we go and convert the ideas into action. Let's continue testing them. If they don't work, we pack them. If they work, we continue. We proceed with them. Now we have seen what works, and now from what we have learned from Simon, we are seeing that the other thing that needs to be done. And it's good to hear that the people are actually pledging to support him. And so please keep the pledges coming, keep the support coming. We are in this together. This is Uganda Media Week. It's a meeting for journalists, for media people, for civil society, for stakeholders. We spread it out and invite all. And it's okay for us to be here. Even if other people do not come, it's okay, right? It's okay for us to be here and talk, because there were times when we never ever sat together. We only talked about seeing people's bylines and seeing what you've written and what, but it's a good thing that we can meet. And so I would like you to save next November again for another Uganda Media Week. And please keep in touch. We have regional conversations in the course of the year. At least every quarter, we will come to you, wherever you are, and have a conversation. The most important thing, like I said, is can we, one, do something about what we have learned, and can we talk about it? Can we share our experiences? So for me, there are very many takeouts, and hopefully you can also share with us online your takeouts. But I think what has stood out for me, the last time it was collaboration. This time, I think we need to spend some more on journalism. We need to support the associations that are supporting us, as I have understood. But even media houses need to support journalists. But also journalists need to spend on themselves. You need to do something, spend time, spend money, prioritize, to retool, to reskill. So these are things that have stood out for me. I don't know what have stood out for you, but for me, this is what I'm going to focus on, and I'm going to see how we can actually make it bring it on a broader level. But above all, on behalf of one of our partners who was supposed to close this meeting, Miriam Olsen from DW Academy, the conversation is continuing, right? We are not stopping. Next week, there's going to be the East Festival. It's a gathering for journalists all over East Africa, but it's going to be hosted in Kampala. And we will share the links, I think, shortly via the Zoom, and also somewhere we have your contacts and we share them. If you can follow online, if you can just show up, there are options for you. But the point is, if we do not keep talking, we'll not be able to know what works and what doesn't work. And so Miriam says, and she's inviting you all to participate in this conference. And the focus, again, is hyper-local journalism. Coincidentally, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. And so if there are some things you still want to know, some questions you must ask, please, let's keep our eyes on next week. But I thank you all very much for your ideas, for your persistence, for staying on. And I really appreciate the many panelists, some who have come from far, some who have come from just 2 minutes away. But all your insights have been helpful. You know, hearing Felix, like you said, we think that people just whip up stories only to realize that there is an infrastructure problem, or you have to buy data. And then hearing that in Karamoja, a station can be off while they're waiting for umeme. What does that mean for media freedom? What does that mean for freedom of expression? What does that mean for access to information? All these things are critical, and we must see how we can be the solution. So I thank you all, and see you again next November, perhaps around this place or somewhere else. And I thank you all again, and we would like to thank our moderator. Flowers to you. And then somebody talked about us having a lean team. I never see them as lean. I see them as very fat. Eh? Not body. No, I'm not talking about their body, but a fat team, not a lean team. The team appears to be lean, but it's actually a very, very diligent and passionate team. And so I'm going to ask them to allow me to embarrass them a little. So there is Solomon, my person on the back end. Thank you so much. And then the person herself, Miss Ruth Nagudi. I'm sure you've been speaking to her more than anybody else. And then Mr. Oscar Musinguzi, who have been also very helpful in this in the logistical side. So, but all of you, let's clap for you, because we don't come up with these ideas on our own. We talk throughout the year, and then we come back to you. Do you think this theme is okay? Do you think this is the right thing to talk about? So we have been doing this together, and so thank you. So we clap for ourselves. Right, and I now wish you a great end to the year. It's November. Yeah, there's a Christmas tree down there, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, and all the best. We have an opening tea ceremony this side. Closing.
Big hand clap for Jan. So yeah, let's go enjoy that tea together. Jan has talked about East Festival. That's next week, 9th, 10th, 11th. It's going to be at the MCI Hub in Kansanga. I'll definitely be there. So November has now become a thing for me. I know Media Week, East Fest are sort of locked in the calendar. And so I'm looking forward to that. We'll see you then. But of course, also, as you continue to engage online and have these discussions, I hope it's been fruitful and useful for our friends online. Thanks a lot for joining us. Continue the conversation online. The hashtags, use them. Let's continue the journey going and talk about this stuff. Otherwise, bye-bye. Good to see you. For everyone here in the room, let's come enjoy a cup of tea together. Otherwise, have a lovely weekend. God bless you, and God bless Uganda.